Do 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 do. Hey hey hey. Hola everybody. Just getting things going on here. Waiting for One Wheel to get in. Hey Jay. Hey Spencer. One Wheel's in here. I will. I think. Haven't heard any feedback yet, so maybe I'm not here. Good, good, good. All right, let's see if I got an opening track here. One Wheel, I'll get you up here. Oh, yeah. All right, I got to sent you a co-host invite. There's Willie.
Hey, hey, hey.
Just came up as a speaker? What happened there?
No?
Oh, does it show co-host for you?
Yeah.
Huh. All right.
It's
Oh,
good on mine.
yeah, it just changed on mine. All right, I got a track for us here, so I'll jump into that. If y'all that are in here could retweet the room, that would be swell. Tell all the people that are out camping and at the lake they need to be listening.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, shout out to Mac. That's the inspiration forever. Pittsburgh. Look, this some incredibly dope shit right here, so rare. I don't think anyone else can compare. It's unfair to try even. Got them dry heaving. I don't need a reason to leave these beats bleeding to breathe. It's so easy to me. I blow trees in the air, roll some leaves in a leaf, and smoke weed with the mayor. Hey, try to tell you I'm a major player, except I don't play games. I'm just everywhere. Hey, and this one's for my people, lurking through the peoples, taking notice. Yeah, I see you taking over Dr. Evil. Bunch of mini me's and reboots. Best you wish you had a redo. I'ma never need a sequel. This a never-ending party, so you know it's bound to be cool. Hey, do what I do. No one else can do it like me. Honestly, it's unlikely. I'm fresher than a white tea. Let's turn up the vibes, please. Refreshing like an iced tea. Yeah, just some motherfucking kids. Hey. Hey. And don't you forget to have a good motherfucking day. Peace. I'm out.
All aboard!
If I were you, I would think about climbing on board.
WX8BK, this is the night train here for you. You heard the conductor. Time to climb on board. Time to jump inside and get yourself a nice cozy seat. Don't worry about your tickets because, as always, the ride is on us. We're going to have a great night tonight. We have Spencer Jackson as our big guest that we're going to bring up in just a little bit. The opening track we had tonight was Kids by Support Jayburn. It was just released today as an airdrop to his collectors, and will it be available in 48 hours as a something that everybody else can buy if you're interested in that track. We're going to pin her up to the top for us because that's very important. And as always, down here helping me out, I got my man One Wheel Willie. How you doing, Willie? Uh-oh. Who's messed up here? Is it me? Something don't sound right. I think it was me. Do I sound good now or better? Well, you know the funny thing is I left my Bits phone. Hang on, I'm just gonna plug in one more time here. Big opening to the show, and then of course Bits is always gonna mess it up. Let's see what happens here. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, I'll talk through the shitty microphone for a minute. That's me. Yep, yep. So I was talking lots. I just said the most important things of the show, and I was muted.
I know.
I figured out what the problem is here. I'm just changing batteries in the old iRig here. We'll get her switched up, but we're not totally lost. Thanks for being here, everybody.
I didn't know if it was on
I mean, you know, it's pretty much always me when it's a crazy audio issue, and it's only you when we can't hear you. Right? I'm so happy to see that my favorite person in the world is in this room, and that's One Wheel Willie. Oh, it's Studio Brooks here too. Hells yeah. Okay, let's see if we got this figured out.
Yeah, I knew there was something I was supposed to do today though. I forgot to pick up that J-Brand truck, so I got another day on that, right?
Yeah, it was
I'm in,
48.
I'm in full vacation mode already, so trying
Dude.
to figure out what I need to do and don't need to do.
I'm in brain dead mush mode, but we can talk about that later. Okay, so I sound good, right? Everybody can hear me now. We're good. Okay. Couple of batteries.
Yeah, you sound great now.
Couple of batteries. Thank you. And everybody's like, you sound great. Now shut the up. No, just kidding. Awesome. All right. So where were we? Oh, we were starting a show. We were doing a show. Right. Cool. Right on.
I was trying to get the space tweeted out and let everybody know what's going on. And
cool. Well, thanks for everybody that's popped in here early. Willie and I will do our usual housekeeping and blah, blah, blah. While we wait for a few more people to come in, if they decide to come in. I mean, too many people are at the lake these days. I mean, it's all nice out, summertime. People are having patio drinks, mimosas.
See, what those people don't know is I always have a speaker with me.
Right.
I could be listening.
Right.
Kayaking at the same time.
I agree. 100%. As I did say at the beginning there, Jay Burns' track that he just dropped today, Kids. It's on Manifold for those of you that are Ethereum collectors. I was surprised because I wasn't even thinking about it. And like it was like 7 this morning. I just woke up, or 6:30, and I was like, oh yeah, I should claim that. And I was just clicking connect wallet or whatever, blah, blah. And then I'm like, oh, I guess I had a couple bucks worth of ETH in my wallet that I didn't expect. Like I totally forgot as I hit the collect button. I was like, oh shit. Do I have any ETH? Oh, I do. I got like 725.
Just enough for gas, huh?
Right? Just enough for it was. I think gas was like $6 or something like that. But I got it. I was happy with that. Always nice to get a little something for free. You know? I mean, you buy.
Yeah, my last transaction was like so dialed in. I'm down to like 12 cents on ETH. It's like the bare minimum.
Wow. That's intense when you can slide one in like that. You probably had to wait.
Yeah.
Had to wait.
Yeah,
and click
you're sitting there waiting to see if it's gonna fail or not.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's good times.
Yeah. Good old ETH collecting.
Good old ETH collecting. Yeah, I don't do it often, but when I do, I send it. As we did say at the beginning, and why we're all here tonight, of course, is we are going to have Spencer Jackson up in just a little bit with us. Next week, next Tuesday, we're here, same time, same place. Next week, we have Mi Retratito will be our guest. And then the following week after that, we just dialed something in that we're pretty stoked on. I'm pretty happy about it. I know Willie is too. We've got one of our very early guests and the person that actually created the name for this show. Texadelic will be coming back to join us, and we're going to have a little bit of a backstage passengers party. For those that don't know, Texadelic has this elite little group that you can sometimes get yourself into, and it's called the Backstage Passengers, and he sends out and buys us art and creates us art and just drops us all kinds of wonderful stuff, and we get good chatter with him. So next on the 25th, we're going to have Texadelic back. We're going to have a little backstage passengers party. It will be worth it. There are some very amazing people involved in the backstage passengers, and I'm quite honored to be in there, actually, to be honest. Little old me. So, yeah, we got lots of stuff.
And I feel like he's dropped at least a piece a day for the last year since we've talked to him. Like, he just put so much work out there that it's like I don't even know where to start.
Oh, dude, I think a piece a day is an understatement.
Yeah, he's just got so much out there.
Well, and last week he actually, I don't know if you saw the tweet, but last week he took a break, and he was only listing art that he had previously done that he had sitting there that he hadn't minted out yet. All last week, that's what he was doing. So he wasn't even creating last week. He just had a backlog of stuff that he wanted to start getting out there. Like some of the artists in here all know how that is, and you got a backlog of stuff, and You want to get it out. Like Laser Lou down there, he just popped in. He's a man that'll tell you he's got a backlog of stuff that he needs to set free. Everybody does. It's good to have. I like backlogs. I'll collect
Yeah,
backlogs.
it's better than having nothing.
Right?
Right.
Absolutely. I got a backlog of buying to do. Collecting. So why not throw some more at me and make it so tough? Damn it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I have a backlog. It's because there's too much out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Too much to keep up on.
So what you been up to the past week, Willie? You've been keeping up in the news. You got some interesting stuff to talk about. How's the family?
Week, man. It's been 2 weeks, man. I missed you.
Oh, right.
Missed everybody. You know, we've been just not hanging out a couple weeks now. It's been weird.
Do you know how odd that was for me last week to not do this space? Even you, like right to the last minute in the day, you were like, "Well, we could throw together do a quick space on this or that." It did.
I was trying to. I was trying to get something going.
Yeah. But I mean, hey, I want to say it to everybody, you know, it's okay to take a little break, and look, we're all still here.
Well, we had last week was the huge trash drop in everyone's wallet, the trash coin drop.
Oh, right.
And nobody knew what was going on. So everyone's like, "Oh, what's this new coin in my wallet?" Everyone's freaked out. No one knew what was going on. So I was going to try to, ride that wave and have max capacity and some of the other people that were involved in that on, and then we just couldn't make it happen.
No, well, they want to keep it
too late, 4th of July, and
they want to keep it a mystery. They want to keep it a mystery too, for sure. Right?
Exactly. That was the answer. Was we like to keep people guessing.
Yeah. Well, I was surprised.
Okay.
I was like, "What is this?" And I mean, there was some in my wallet. There's some in the WX8BK wallet. I didn't check the NFTunes wallet, but yeah, that's kind of cool. It'll be interesting to see where it all goes and what happens with it. Turn some trash into some compost or some other art. I don't know. Maybe it'll be the next Pepe. I don't.
That'd be nice.
What was that damn spray-on frickin' dress thing you shared with me? When did you share that with me? That was wild stuff, dude. That was you that shared that with me, right?
I don't remember. My the AR department found that one on the Facebooks, and I guess it was some fashion show where they sprayed on a dress, and I'm like, all right, so what's like at first watching? I'm like, so what's the difference in this and body paint? It just looks like body paint as it's going on.
Yeah.
And then they start like peeling it off of her slightly, and it starts like sticking to itself, but not to her, like a normal dress would. And it was like, then I was like, oh, okay, now we got something different going on here, because now it's like moving, outside of her and hanging like a dress, like a skirt area dress. It's hard to describe. I'm doing my best to describe it.
Yeah, well, it was really far. That was for me too. That was the turning point. Was the shoulders. When they sprayed up on her shoulders, they sprayed up and over her shoulders, but then like the dude that was spraying her, he put his fingers up there and then he like slid them down and made the dress kind of drop off the sides of her shoulders, and that was when I was like, oh, this is way cool. I was trying to pin it up at the top here, but the link that you sent me keeps sending me into Facebook, and of course with Facebook, I mean, that's it. Once you're in Facebook, there's no freaking going anywhere else. So
yeah, and Zucks and Elon, they haven't measured their dicks yet, so they don't know who's able to share where.
I'm not going to keep trying to share it because we might cause a fire here or something. I don't know. But yeah, totally.
That's for sure.
And that's kind of a good little segue too about the thread. Who's on the threads? Are you on the thread, Willie? No, we're not on the threads, are we? WX8BK.
I don't know. Should we be?
I mean,
we definitely can't be on both. I don't think. I don't know.
Yeah, we can. It's through Instagram. So you got our Instagram account. You just sign up for it and you can hit us up on threads. But I don't know. Do we need to be? I don't know. I went to sign up. I went to fire it up with my personal Instagram, and then I just went, I don't need this. I really don't need this. So we'll see.
I mean, it really feels like oh yeah, you want to fight? Here, I'll just steal your shit and make my own. But no one's gonna give a fuck.
Right.
I don't know. I feel like nobody gives a fuck about the threads.
Well, it was like a day.
Seems weird.
There was like a day, when it came out, it was a big deal, and then it seemed like not. I haven't seen a single tweet about it, but that also could be, you know, just fancy algorithm handling on Twitter's part as well,
Yeah.
right? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Depends on where your source is, right?
Yeah.
If you're on Facebook or Instagram, you're gonna see it all over the place. If you're on Twitter, you're not gonna see that shit.
Right. Yeah. No. I read about it and I downloaded it, and then I was like, I literally was going to fire it up, and I'm like, I don't need another damn social media platform. I don't think so. If I need to move over to it, if we need to move over to it, we can. I mean, if you want to fire up the thread, you can go ahead, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Just one more place to look for people. One more place to lose contact with people. That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I was just trying to flip around. Yeah, I was still trying to get that dang dress thing up, but yeah, I should stop messing around with it. Otherwise, I'm gonna end up bucking this space out, and that'll be it, man. Can't have that.
And I wouldn't bother with that.
That eggplant object for object is kicking around now. That object for object. It's all eggplant. Is it all supposed to be eggplants? I
think so.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I dig it. I thought it was kind of cool.
I don't know.
I thought it was funny that instantly Willie went to dick pics, but no, it's eggplants, Willie. I'm not too sure.
I saw a person post something about it, and like in a if you've showed me yours and I haven't showed you mine or something like that, let me know. And I was like, whoa, what's going on here? This was before I even knew anything was going on.
Right. I think it's a really cool. I mean, artists can get. I mean, y'all can. People that make things, like you can end up with a lot of cool pieces in the end. When you think you didn't need eggplant in your life, you go, damn, yes I do. I did not release. I did not get the latest episode of NF Tunes up and running on Sunday. I was trying very hard, and I just burned myself out. I've had a hell of a week, so I just had to just stop. It wasn't like people were lined up to hear it anyways, but it's going to be fabulous when it does come out. I'm shooting for Thursday, or Friday, actually, Friday morning for it to be out. So episode 4 of NF Tunes will hopefully be out. Nobody was DMing me when it didn't come out, so I think we're okay. But it'll be a banger.
I might have been if you hadn't already told me that.
Right. Yeah, I'm going to, it's kind of cool. I found some metal to get on there. I'm learning it's really hard digging through frickin' music on, trying to find music on blockchains, because it's very, very spread out and all over the place. And you have to listen to, to be quite honest, you have to listen to a lot of garbage. Like, I have to say it. I mean, I'm a pretty positive person, and, definitely everybody needs a chance, and everybody do things. I'm proud of people that will, create things and put it out there. I have not personally told anybody that what they've created is trash, but man, there's a lot of really crappy music that people have put out, and it sucks when you're trying to look through it all and find new things. I could just imagine how a record executive, it's interesting, but I'm finding stuff.
I'm just thinking back to like the early days of YouTube, where you just have all kinds of videos about nothing. Nobody knowing how to actually make them. Like nothing's post-production at all. It's just people recording all their thoughts for no reason.
Right.
Yeah.
Why do we tie our shoes this way? No, just kidding. Yeah, right on.
Yeah, no editing, no nothing.
Yeah.
Kind of like how we roll here.
Yeah.
Edit free.
Right.
At least try to, run with some sort of schedule though, and
absolutely
keep things on track.
That's what keeps it nice. But we all have we got fancy sound clips that we can use occasionally, right? I mean, you got
yeah,
big drum roll in case something big is happening, right?
My boy Bit said bullshit. That was straight fucking Tennessee right there, son.
That's good. We got clips. We're good. We're professional around here. We got a live stream on the YouTube.
Second largest search engine on the internet, in case you didn't know.
What, YouTube?
Yeah.
No, that's interesting, and that's what I learned already today. Well, that's dope. That's dope.
I don't know. I heard that on a podcast. It may or may not be true.
May or may not be true. May or may not be true. Cool, man. Cool, man. I was looking around. What else? I don't think I have. No, I got nothing else to talk about. What else? What else did we have to talk about? Any other housekeeping that we had?
That's all I got.
Yeah, we talked about what happened the last couple of weeks. We had last week off, which was really odd, but here we are Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, and everything didn't disappear. So it just goes to show you can take a break when you want to take a break. Even though Willie, even on the 4th of July, Willie was trying to put together a space. But God bless you for it.
I was trying. I didn't try super hard. I'm gonna be honest. I threw some darts out there and then went, fuck it, I'm gonna go drink.
Yeah, I'm gonna go continue.
Go drink some beer.
Absolutely. Cool, man. Yeah, and we got, and as we said, next week's guest that we have coming up is Mi Retratito. And then the following week, we will have Texadelic back on for a revisit with us. He hasn't been on in a year, I guess. And we're going to have a backstage passenger party. It should be a blast. So, mark that all on your calendars. Of course, we'll be putting out the old tweets, and you can set your reminders and do whatever the heck you got to do. Yeah. I think it's about time that we just got right into our regularly scheduled program here on the night train and bring our guest of honor up. I think is about time.
Absolutely.
It's pretty funny when you leave your guest of honor just sitting there with a request blue dot, and it's like, F you. You're not coming up now. You stay there. And then Spencer's going to come up and go, well, guys, thanks a lot. You sat on hold for 25 minutes. I'm going to go make dinner now. Bye.
No. Only threesomes does that.
Right. Yeah, I know. Nobody else does that. Oh, we got him up here. So we'd like to welcome up our guest of honor tonight, Spencer Jackson. Welcome. Oh, see, he just snubbed us.
Great.
That's okay. I don't mind getting snubbed every once in a while.
What a way to come back from vacation.
It's all good. I guess we're having technical difficulties. It's all right. It's no big deal. It's not. I mean, come on. It's Twitter Spaces, man. If you ain't having technical difficulties, you're not having a Twitter Space. Oh, he dropped out. He'll come back in. Well, that's all right. That's no big deal. We can all be warm here. Just wanted to give a shout out, of course, to Miss Studio Brooke in here, Laser Lou. We got Lily White hanging out down there with us, the lady of Teztown. We also have Jay down there. Thanks for popping in, my man. Block Chung, thank you. Momo down there as well. Appreciate everybody that's given us their personal time to come and hang out with us. We appreciate that very much tonight. And any retweets and stuff like that you want to do for us would be muchly appreciated. Get some people in here. Let's try this. All right, we got Spencer back in, adding as a speaker. And go for Spencer Jackson.
Salutations.
Yay!
I don't know what happened. Like, you added me, and then the second you added me, all audio cut out completely. So I was like, weird.
Yeah, you didn't get
Just
back.
thought it best to leave and join back.
You didn't get.
It happens sometimes.
You didn't get past the bouncer. You're out of here.
Yeah, I felt very discriminated against very temporarily. So
Okay,
thought
well,
it best to leave. Try coming back a different way.
all right. So are you upside down now? Is that how you came back differently?
I just put a different hat on.
Oh, boom. We're going to have to keep that one in the back pocket. Let people know that. Put a different hat on.
Just put a different hat on.
Put a different hat on. You can,
Yeah.
I think Joe Cocker made a song about that. Well, thank you very much for, putting in the extra effort and coming back and not just abandoning us right off the bat. We appreciate that very much. We don't make Twitter. We just use it. And I wanted to say, I totally forgot about this. Like, you're a Canadian homie, hey?
Yeah. I was wondering to come up. I was like, I'm getting pretty good at spotting Canadian accents now. So I was like, I think these are like my fellow friends, my neighbors.
Well, I am anyways. Willie's down below you in California.
This is. I'm down in California.
And of course, everybody's sitting here listening to your accent and going, "Wait a minute, that's not a fucking Canadian accent. He doesn't sound like Bits."
I was thinking British.
100%. Well, you are 100% correct. I moved over here about It's like 5 years. Well, next month it'll be like 5 years. I moved over. So
Okay.
just trying to keep the British part of British Columbia, like making sure that the standards are being properly met. So
Is that why you picked it? You're
bit
like,
on-
oh, I'm fucking
well,
going.
special assignment from what was at the time the Queen. So
We don't
rest in peace.
All right. Awesome. Yeah, I'm not too far. I'm only one province. I'm only one province over from you, so we're close. I'm only like 10 hours away from you. So cool. Well,
Trapped
awesome.
at the bottom of the street.
I think it's really badass because when Willie and I started this space just over a year ago, I would always bring it up like, man, I don't meet any Canadian, like no Canadian people, like everywhere else in the world I'm meeting people, and it's like never Canadian people. And then slowly but surely, we all start coming out of the woodworks, and we're here, man. And I'm finding out we got some pretty badass people here too. I mean, I always knew we had pretty badass people here, but in the Web3 world, I'm realizing, man, there's some pretty dope people that we got happening here. You got yourself, we got Pers. Why did I lose my train of thought there? Yourself, Pers, Proteon, Rich Sanders is in there.
Rich Sanders.
Yeah, we got a few. I can't.
Yeah, got some pretty big. I mean, I only don't chat to them as much, but there's also some pretty big Canadians. Mad Dog Jones, Fuck Render. I mean, he's not Canadian, but they lived here. Been living here for a while.
Cool.
But yeah, some pretty big artists that are Canadian residents, right?
Right. ANTN. Yeah, man. It's the place to be. If you like being cold in the wintertime, I mean, this is where you have to be. That's all there is to it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Like if you're gonna do cold, do it right. Yeah, for sure.
Well, you're on the west. You're on the west coast, though. You get a lot more.
No, I just do wet. That's it.
Just you wanted to feel like you're at home. Totally. Awesome. Well, thank you for.
That's what she said.
No. Cool, man. Well, let's get into it. Well, I guess we're already into it, but anyways, we're making chit chat. If you don't mind, could you give us a little introduction and who you are, and tell us a little something about you?
Yeah. So, I'm still Spencer. So I have a background in design, actually. My trade is graphic designer. I was doing that in London, mostly at Freelance for the longest time with design agencies with all like fancy brands and fancy names in London. And yeah, I kind of think for a number of reasons I moved, which I think was quite pivotal in my, the hot word being journey into focusing more on illustration. Like I have a background and a degree in like design and illustration and in design, but only since like 2018, 2019 did I really start to focus on my illustrations and doing that again. So there's like a long break from my like a degree era of doing it and just left it to do design for a long time. And I came back to it then. And since then I've been trying to figure out myself, really. It's like a very long way. Like I would say that a lot of my art is quite self-reflective. Take that for what you will, but a lot of it does reflect on like questions I have, fears I have, concerns, and all that kind of other like mental shit in between. Wrapped in like a nice pastel, surreal way. Like that's what I try to do. I try to figure it out, but also make it distance it from myself and my own thoughts, my own experiences. That's like the intent of my art. I got into NFTs through a buddy of mine, Kyle Kill, back in 2000 and like January 2021. Trying to think what year we're in now. I can't even remember. It's all merged. But yeah, so I've been doing that, and I still love the NFT space. I think that the NFT space definitely put nitro into my art and excited that side of of that exploration, moving from just doing illustration stuff to looking how I can maximize the medium of digital and add animation to it. And yeah, I think that's like the very loose outlines of my art. I mean, yeah. Who am I? I'm still figuring that shit out. Maybe I'll have a better idea at the end. Who do I what?
Who'd you used to be?
I used to be a quiet. Oh, should we really go down that route like quite quickly? Get right into like the meat and veg of it.
Sure, why not? I mean, you can't figure out who you are now if you don't know who you used to be, right?
True. I used to be somebody who was somewhat unsure of myself and my talents, unsure of what I was even doing in terms of like my career. To some degree, I still am. And I didn't have the same kind of belief in myself that I have developed over the past like year or two, I'd say. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure it out now. I'm getting there.
Well, it's good to hear.
But yeah, that's like a jump into the deep end introduction, right?
Hell yeah, we went there. Now, well, I don't have any more questions, but thanks. No, just kidding. I was just going to say that it was very, very interesting when you touched on it a little bit there, how you were talking about you're using your illustrations to express like the fear and concerns and stuff like that. And I'm like, in my head, I'm going, well, wait a minute, like, isn't his stuff all pastel-y? And I'm like clicking around here, and then you kind of touched a little bit more on that, and it's very interesting. So what drives you to use the coloration that you do? Is it because you just want to make it a little bit more friendly, a little bit more comforting, or
am I just talking? It was an intentional decision. Like at the very first iterations, I was trying to figure out like a new style. I had a previous style that was somewhat like cartoony, and I wanted to focus and try to like create a new style. So I set myself very tight boundaries on like even down to like the line width and what I would use, and I kind of kept it to 4 colors for a long time. So I just focused on figuring out what I was doing in terms of the style. And I began to like play around with colors, and I could see colors that didn't really work. And as I began to move away from just like drawing things that looked good to drawing things that I was like experiencing or like having questions about, or like I said, or just thoughts, the colors became more intentional. I would say like that kind of middle point where I was still figuring out what I was trying to say. There was, I mean, it may not be that obvious, but and it's not NFT stuff, but if you go back like earlier on my Instagram stuff, some of it I would say is like the content had like more aggressive or violent undertones to it, and I like the juxtaposition between the subject matter or the content than seeing these kind of very friendly pastel colors. And I got feedback from people that made me feel very good, and which was like my intention, that it was kind of unsettling because some of the subject matter was like people were bleeding, or there was like, you know, sad or whatever. And then there's this color palette that just looks like, yeah, it's just like some psychedelic dream. So the combination between the two was an intentional choice, and I've stuck with that.
It's very interesting.
So, yeah.
It's very interesting because we've had a couple artists on who kind of use similar palettes, and they're also expressing some things that are a little bit like not, you know, when people look at it, they go, oh, this is really nice. And then they really look deep into it and they go, huh, that's like light powdery pink blood. And that's like, you know, but it's very interesting. The palette's been great.
Yeah.
It catches my eye. It drags me in for sure. That's cool.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So when you were just kind of gearing back and going back a little bit, were you always a creative person when you were younger and in school? Were you always an artist? Were you always drawing? Were you always creating? Were you always doing that kind of thing?
I didn't always draw. Like, what was weird was I have a younger sister, and when we were kids, she was actually way better at drawing than me. I always tried to be better than her when I was drawing. I never really took it as much care. I would play with like a lot more like Lego as a kid. Like my dream job when I was a kid at first was like, yeah, to be one of those people that just created like the Lego sets. That's what I thought I really wanted to do, because I found out that that was an option, and then found out there were some other things to do, and I was like, maybe don't want to do Lego forever. But yeah, I was really into Lego, and I think I was into Lego, and I played with Lego kind of like late into the game. Like, this is like kind of a nerdy story, but it's fun to share because there's a few of you here. I remember I had like a really close friend of mine back home called Richard, and we we had this sort of like farewell like session of playing Lego with our friends. It was like, we know that if anyone was to ever find us playing Lego at this age, we'd be ridiculed at school. So we kind of had this session where it's like, this will be the last time that we will play with Lego as like at this age, which we know is fast approaching an age where you're going to get judged for playing Lego. So we did that, and then we just never played them for a long time after that.
That's hilarious.
See, and as a kid, I totally, I was kind of an asshole, and I totally would have been someone that would have made fun of you for playing Lego too late in life. But as an adult, I'm like, why can't I just fucking play with Legos? Like, why you gotta shame people for just doing stuff that's fun? Legos are fun.
Yeah, try doing that in England as well, where the kids seem to grow up a lot quicker. Even when I was a kid, they're just savages.
So, legit question: does that have anything to do with soccer hooliganism?
No, that's drinking.
That's an interesting question. Like, it is a very unique culture that we have in England.
Yeah,
well, not
the shit out of your mates.
Well, in football culture, they're definitely not your mates if you're beating the shit out of them. Because it was pretty severe, and it came from, I think, a lot of it came because like they were like in London, you got very small, like almost like micro cultures, and some of those teams were literally like they had like these what called like derby rivalries. So it was like my home team was West Ham. It's like a very small area in East London, and then like 10 miles, if that, there's like a neighbouring team called Leighton Orient, and that was their rival team. And so West Ham was one of the more infamous they called that football factions, football firms, had a long history and rich history of violence, but I don't know if that's where it derived from. I would probably say a lot more to do with like the early 1920s, early 30s kind of gang culture. It just sort of fizzled out but carried on into football.
I'm kind of stunned that the person that came from across the pond who now lives in Canada just used miles. Wow.
Well, yeah, it was. I was referring to it as what is the use of the kind of measurement that we have in England. We still use miles.
Oh, do you really?
Kilometers makes more sense. Oh, we love every unit, even the ones that no one other country uses. Yeah, we'll do them all.
Like stone.
We'll do pounds. We'll do stone. We'll do.
The only unit I like is Randy Johnson, the big unit.
Yeah.
All the rest.
Yeah, we love that one as well. But we use lots of measurements depending on your age.
I guess it's kind of true in Canada too, because we've talked about this numerous times, where it's like, we drive in kilometers an hour, but we'll talk about feet and inches all day, but we'll weigh our, produce in kilograms at the grocery store. It's like what a mess.
Yeah. So yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we love a good mile.
All right.
Even though pretty much everything else is metric.
Right. That's interesting around the road.
And then we drive on the other side of the road as well.
Well, that's
proper mess with people.
Yeah, that's just whack. That's crazy.
Well, it's because 250 meters is not enough to measure speed of a vehicle. It's just not. You need a quarter mile. You need that little bit extra to really hit that top speed.
Most of the cars there don't really get to that. But yeah. You're hitting some other cultures now, but I think that I'm not as familiar with.
So, when you came over to Canada, did you specifically come over? Like, did you already have a job and work lined up when you came over here, or is it like, fuck it, we're pulling the cord, let's go?
Yeah, more the latter.
Okay.
I had nothing. I had money that you kind of needed to get a permanent residency, which we applied for, but we had no home, we had no job, nothing lined up. Like, I came over here, me, my wife, and I had 2 boys. At the time, they were like 2 and 5, and we came over with like 6 suitcases, and that was it. Like a completely fresh start.
Wow.
Let's just go. Let's just see what happens. Because like we agreed. I spoke to my wife about it. I was like, look, we're either gonna have like a really fun year, but we're gonna probably lose all of like our like deposit for a house, or we'll make it. And I think we'll make it. And
here we are.
Are you okay with the potential of us like not making it? I was like, yeah, let's go.
But here you
Basically,
are.
I just didn't want to live. Yeah, I didn't want to just live and die in the same county I was born in my whole life. I was just like, I mean, there's a few other reasons, but I was like, yeah, let's have a bit of an adventure. Let's see more of the world than Essex.
And if you wait another year or two, with my kids are not much older than that. If you wait another year or two, now they're stuck in school, and that opportunity kind of passes.
Yeah.
You have to really take in their mental welfare and stuff by uprooting them at the ages of 6 and 9. They start to establish friendships and things like that, and you're like, well, are we really gonna like take these kids halfway across the world now? Or
pretty much
at the age that you came over, I mean, yeah, it's perfect.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I would have considered that. Thankfully, I have like my wife is better at like caring about those sorts of things. Like, I'm just not that, I don't think that far in advance. I just come up with the ideas. But yeah, she was like, well, if we're going to do it now, here's the time to do it. It was for those exact same reasons. Like, we don't, like, they'll be fine. They won't really have, like, they just started school, or one hasn't gone to school yet. So it'll be good. This is the time to go if we're going to do it. I was like, let's go then.
Yeah, I was very much in a similar boat of, let's get the fuck out of here.
You were going to come to Canada, Willie?
Old enough, they're not in school yet, and then we didn't. So now we're stuck here.
So you were going to come to Canada,
Yeah.
Willie? You were going to move to Canada, Willie? Is that true? Is that...
Canada was definitely on the books as an option. Absolutely. Yeah, Seattle, Vancouver, British Columbia. Oh yeah.
Seattle's not in. Seattle's only honorary Canadians. It's not actually in Canada, Willie.
Oh yeah, right.
They're only honorary Canadians, but it's okay. Cool.
I forget.
Right. So, currently now, Spencer, do you contract work for yourself, or do you work with a company, a firm, or are you just kind of hanging out there and still riding the wave?
Yeah, I know. I do contracts. I was freelancing contracting before I left England, and I enjoyed it, and I just continue on here. I don't actually do much like contract work for Canadian companies. Like, most of my contracts like end up being outside of, or just being American, and then just continues on word of mouth. The only company that I do work for are, arguably the biggest Canadian company, Lululemon. So I'm currently doing some work for them at the moment.
God bless Lululemon.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that you want to work for American companies anyway. That's where all the money is.
Oh yeah, I just change. Yeah, I just literally just keep my rates Canadian, but just like, yeah, that's it in US dollars, please, and then everyone's happier.
Yeah.
Well, in my house anyway.
Just like a professional hockey player. I'll play in Canada, but I want my American money.
Right? Yeah. This is the way.
Yeah. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. So I worked for them when I first got here. That was like the first people I ended up doing work with, and then so I worked with them for like a long stint, and now I continue on and off, like in periods doing stuff for them. I'm doing kind of like a somewhat big contract for them at the moment. So yeah, they definitely keep me busy, more busy than I have been finding time to do NFT work for. So.
Well, that's good.
It still pays.
Gotta pay the bills.
You probably can't say too much, but like, what type of work are you doing for them? Are you doing like billboards or like product packaging?
So like I specialized in branding, the branding and advertising side. So when I came over, I helped them in 2019 with a part of a team to like rejig and update their brand guidelines. So it was everything that Lululemon effectively did after that. So all their rules behind all those things, I helped them to establish like how they took their photographs, how they use their language, what their typography was like, the colors, how they use their colors. I was part of the team that did that. And now I'm actually doing a similar thing. They have like an internal employee brand that they've got stupid amounts of money that they can make a brand for their employees. So that is what I'm working with a small team for them. Which is a lot more fun because they're a little bit more loose with their rules because it's internal facing. So I get to make something a bit more creative than what they're allowed to do, like public facing.
That's super cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
I say God bless Lululemon, boy, but I mean, man, they made butts look good. I'm just gonna be honest here. There were times where it was quite difficult to work. Like there was a lot of distractions. I was like, there was a lot of distractions. Some days, because especially coming from England, where the fashion isn't to wear like yoga pants all day every day. So
it's very old school high fashion in England still, right?
Well, yeah, I mean there's an interesting mix, but it definitely was not. I've never witnessed that many people in like yoga pants in one day.
Right.
So it was a little bit overwhelming.
Man, I look at so we got this young guy at work that just started. He just turned 18. And I look at him. I'm like, man, you guys have no idea the struggle that we used to have in the 80s. Like, I'm old fart, but I'm like, man, there was no pants that just made made calves and butts like look all good like that. Like, I mean, even the underwear.
Yeah. Mom jeans. Yeah,
right?
Those were just jeans in the 80s.
The long butt jeans.
That wasn't
right?
a choice.
And now it's a choice. Now some people wear it as fashion. It's just like, but it's true. It's totally true. It's like I was telling him about stirrup pants and like, well, like Lycra and stuff really wasn't around back then. And I mean, even the men's underwear, let's face the facts. For anybody that's ever seen Lululemon men's underwear, man, that stuff, like, damn. You look down at yourself and go, I'm hot.
Yeah, I'm hot, but my balls aren't, which is even better.
Right? Yeah, yes.
Yes.
Yes, exactly.
They've take that into consideration and like, what a time to be alive.
Right? Whoever used to care about men's, underwear companies never cared about men's junk.
Yeah.
It's a modern world. What a world we live in these days. Anyway, it's awesome. Um, so
I could do 20 more minutes on Lululemon if we're going to get paid for it.
I know, but
I mean,
that's
if they want to throw some sponsorships, yeah, we'll do this every day.
That's right. Well, I'm sure. We could have then we can have the conversation about what's the difference between yoga pants and leggings and so interesting story.
We could shit on Calvin Klein for no reason.
Right. Totally.
I mean,
unless they're going to sponsor us,
then we can have roads you can go down.
Then we can have a war. So back in the day, years ago, I had a girlfriend that loved wearing that stuff. I mean, lots of ladies love wearing that stuff, and so I used to go in. I used to shop for my sister, my girlfriend, and my roommate at the time. So I'd go into Lulu, and it was the first time I went in. I was like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I have a reason to go into the store." Like, okay, don't be creepy. Don't be creepy. Like, try to do this like casual, right? Like, don't be creepy. And so then I'm looking around, and then of course somebody comes up to help me, and it's like, well, what are you looking for? And I'm telling her, and she's like, oh, 3 ladies. Okay. So, what are the ladies' sizes? Like, and then she like grabs like another salesperson does. Okay, so about this height and about this figure. Okay, well, hang on. This let me. Like, she literally told this employee to go put these pants on. She comes out and she's like, so how do you like the look of this? And I'm just like, in my head, I'm going, well, the answer is never going to be I hate it. Like, that's for sure. And I'm just like, is this really effing happening right now? And then when I talked about like my girlfriend,
you bought some pants, didn't you, though?
Oh, I bought so many pants. I bought hoodies. I bought I probably spent easily $400 on each one of those ladies that I was buying for that day. Like, it really, but it was just so weird. I'm like, oh, okay, this is an option. I can actually, point to that chick and go, she looks like that. Can you put these on? I was like, woohoo. I don't know if they still do that, if they still have that caliber of customer service, but for
so
anyways.
That's where I was going to go is Spencer, you said that you were dealing with all of the branding. So is that something that you helped create, or that you were like, we probably shouldn't be doing this anymore, guys?
No, they have some like very specific brand ethics, and the way that they customer experience is quite unique. And that's something that wasn't like on the table to be designed. That was out of my choice of how they do stuff within the stores. It was just it's all the visuals of how it looks and how they promote.
It was really cool though. It was really cool though, because I mean, I bought all that merchandise that day, and I came back for the next 2 years, and I mean, if it had been a shitty experience, I can tell you that I would have just been buying gift cards and giving them to people, right? And it wasn't just because I was just wasn't because I was looking at Lululemon butts either. It was a pleasant experience. It really was. It was. Okay. So if Lululemon wants to sponsor, you can feel free to reach out Lululemon to wx8bk@gmail.com. We can work this out. No. Yeah, that ain't happening. We can't even get Dynavap to give us sponsorship.
Seriously.
Right?
Can't even get them to come listen to a space.
Right? Oh, we're trying. We got to keep.
They're just sitting around high doing nothing.
That's probably why they don't come to the space, because they're high and they're like, "Oh shit, were we supposed to be somewhere, man?" Speaking of high, all right, we're doing good at derailing this one tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's because we haven't talked to each other in 2 weeks, man.
Right? It's Lululemon.
Yeah, we're all over the road today. I'm sorry, Spencer. We're all over the road.
No, I'm quite good at derailing conversations and throwing them. I don't know.
Perfect.
The normal format, but I'm down for whatever you want to talk about.
No,
by all means, bring us back in if you need to.
No, I think we can.
I'll try to get us back on track. I had a question, so that kind of relates to what we're talking about. So in the beginning, you said that that your everyday design, and then you use the word illustration for your artwork. And I just kind of wondering, like what kind of from a I'm the layman, I'm the dumb guy in the show. what is your definition like of the difference between those two? Like, how do you define that? How do you define the difference?
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it, illustration probably would fit under the art umbrella. If that's like, art is, all of it can be considered art. But the reason why I said illustration was because, especially at the start, it wasn't, I didn't have, again, this is I would say that like art usually connects in on a human level, right? Like people are creating with like intent. They have something they want to say or something that they feel, and they want to create that in whatever way it is, whether that's like to like social commentary or to like deal with what's going on in their head. Whereas I would consider illustration, it doesn't quite have that as its first intent. Like sometimes you draw, and illustration kind of has more of a commercial outlet to it. Like you'll see what it's like. The illustration is to convey a message for a brand or for a product or something like that. Like I think that's where I leaned in, or initially I leaned into. So I would still consider myself more of an illustrator type of artist than I am an artiste sort of thing. There's times where I like to draw, and I look to get commercially represented and draw for brands. It doesn't always have that same kind of soul that I think art in its pure form has.
Are you
if that answers the question?
Are you
I think so.
Do you do any physical drawing, or are you just a digital artist?
I've become lazy and I just do a lot of digital. But my background, I did like 3 years illustration and there was no digital. So it was like lots of observational drawing, lots of like life drawing, and no technical drawing, but like some like 2-point perspective drawing. So yeah, my background is within the physical side of stuff, but I would still say that I'm probably more self-taught than like technically grounded. As I don't think my course did a very good job of actually teaching people how to draw. Just gave people time to draw, which I don't think is the same thing.
But I guess you found out your own way of doing things. So, figuring out yourself.
Yeah.
What initially inspired you to pursue it as a career, to make it something like, did you just fall upon it? Did it just happen? Did you actually all of a sudden go, well, Lego's out the door. Next.
What's interesting, I'm just like, I don't think I'm very good at like making plans and doing them on my own. So how I came about doing it was the initial intention. So I started up an Instagram page on the side. I was like, okay, so I'm doing my contract work. I was like, I'd love to like do more like brand packs. So it's like draw the logos and do those whole kind of sets where it's like a set of like like logos, like secondary logos, and almost they seem like they wanted like tattoo flash sets. That was my intention, because I didn't at the time have any brands. I had to come up with like spec work, so I do drawings, and I looked at and my influence was a lot of like tattoos. So I tried to make these cobbled like half logo, half tattoo looking things, and I just kind of was drawing. Like I set a goal to like draw like every night for like, I can't remember even how long it was, and I realized I'd completely forgotten to like do stuff where it's like brand focused. And I ended up just having like a bunch of drawings of stuff that I thought was kind of cool. And it was just, so yeah, I changed it. I was like, this is just like a totally failed branding page. But I found that I was enjoying that more, and it was from that where I started to be like, I could like draw some of these issues that I have. Like I could start to like move away from just like these tattoo flash ideas, and start to actually put narrative into these pieces. And so yeah, I remember someone kind of suggesting that to me, and I was like, yeah, I do like the idea of that. And so that became more my focus, and the brand inside was just like dead. And just carried on drawing and finding this outlet to deal with my like issues that was in a nice way, because it was never as obvious as what the actual issue was. So it worked for everybody. People liked the drawings and thought they were interesting, and I got to like work out shit in my head that had been bothering me.
That's cool. So you're definitely you're another person. I mean, and damn near everybody that we've talked to over the last year, and I guess it's kind of part of art as well, is that you've used art as kind of therapy, as self-medicating, I guess, right? A little bit, or figuring yourself out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's gone from like a little bit, like started off with a little bit, then it became a lot, like heavily, and then it's for now it continues. Like pretty much most of my work is now like concept based. Like there's always a situation, or there's been something that's been going on in my life, or like something I've been trying to work out about myself, or just generally like, or observed that I've learned, and it's all kind of like subtly woven into my pieces.
That's cool, and I'm with that too. I'm very appreciative that artists decide to allow other people to share in that too, right? Like to share their works, whether people know what they're actually looking at and what it is or not. Like you're still comfortable enough to, put it out there and go, this is kind of deep. People go, oh, this is really beautiful, and they support you and they love what you do, and you're drawing on your inner self, which is cool, really cool. That's art.
Yeah, what I like is the like, especially in the less so now, unfortunately, but early days, like the early exciting days of the NFT space, like I was able to like talk to a lot of my collectors, and like I just, hey, thanks so much, especially like my first min. Like I reached out to everybody that bought my piece. I was like, oh, thanks so much for buying it. I really appreciate it. Like, oh, I'm so excited. Thank you. And getting their feedback of what they appreciated about it. I mean, none of the people were even close to like what like the intent behind it was. But it was so interesting to hear like their version. Some people had such great like happiness, especially from my first piece, my first ever NFT, which was actually kind of the kind of like motivation behind it was actually somewhat depressing and not all that happy at all, but people connected with it still, and they were like, oh, thank you, like this really reminded me of my girlfriend or whatever. I was like, that's really nice. Like it made me feel a bit weird, because I was like, I don't want to tell you what it's really about, because I don't want to take away from that positive experience and that positive moment that you've had, but it definitely ain't that. But that's okay. Like, and that's what's like, I think that's what's really enjoyable about it. Like, it really, it's not necessarily like once it's out there, it's not even really about me anymore. It's for the person, right? They've experienced it. That's the reason why they bought it. That's the reason why they're going to stick it wherever they stick it. Not even out of NFTs, why it's on their wall for some other reason, right?
And that's really cool, and it's cool that automatic reaction. I mean, I'm sure you found that. Well, you just expressed how interesting you found that you could get that automatic feedback for the art that you create and that you put out there, and you can directly communicate with the person that purchased it, and you can hear their story side of it, which is not normal in the traditional art world, right? So that's kind of cool to be able to get that feedback. And it's also very cool. We've had the conversation on this space a few times about how asking artists how they feel about what people get out of their art. And, whether you get offended if somebody, takes something else away from your art or has another thought of what your art is. But then, of course, we've been told time and time again, it's like, well, just kind of like what you said there, once you put it out there, it's, you have to be open to other people interpreting it, and they're going to, good or bad, right?
Yeah, yeah. And more recently, it's actually kind of, I mean, I don't think it necessarily has applied to me too much because I know most of the people that collect my art. But I saw some tweet, I mean, I don't think it's even relevant who it's from, but I saw some tweet that was like somebody saying how if you're a like racist or a fascist or a bigot or something like that, and you own my art, like please get rid of it or do this. And I was like, not that I was like it's wrong, but it kind of did make me think about that situation of like, how much say do I have? Like, once it's gone and that person's bought it, like, anyway, I find an interesting scenario between like the people that own your art and my own like morals and ethics.
Huh.
Wow.
Wow.
That connection I find like an interesting thing to like muse over for a bit, like to think about like, where do I really sit with it, and who am I to like really judge? Who am I to like say who should and shouldn't own my art and what they do with it? I mean, I would feel pretty crappy about myself if like my work was used in a way to kind of promote like misogyny or something like that, or just anything that's kind of like frowned upon. But if they're an individual and they just kind of have it in their house, like it's not quite the same thing. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's like going way off or whatever, but yeah,
No, that's
I find it interesting to kind of think about, yeah, the different ways in which, even though we don't speak about it, there's that weird connection, right, between the artist and the person that's purchased the art.
Yeah, that's huge. I kind of liked hearing the other side of that, because I always look at it, from say music. We'll use as the example is that how some people are like, oh, I used to listen to whatever band it was, but then once this happened, I was like, fuck them, like I'm not going to support this, and I'll use Metallica as the example. But like the way I felt about Metallica was once they destroyed LimeWire. Like I understand what they did, because I do also have a lot of musicians and I support musicians and I understand the hard work that goes in and the little money
when
that
I
comes back.
found out that
But
Rage Against the Machine were a bunch of communists, I stopped listening. Wait a minute. They worked from day one? Wait a minute.
yeah, but but it's the point of that I always say to people too. Well, you don't necessarily have to like the people to like the music. You can like the music, but you don't have to worry about it. And to hear it from the other side as a creator, to go, well, should I care about who's collecting my stuff? I get it that if folks take your stuff and use it for something else, that's definitely, in my opinion, that's where you can definitely put a foot down and have an opinion on it. But I guess when it hangs in somebody's house, yeah, that's wild. I mean, I guess you don't have to appreciate the person, but you appreciate that they collected your piece of art and they hung it on their wall. Huh.
Yeah, I do really like that. It's like it's such a messy scenario, like trying to separate the artist, and even if like the artist is like a piece of shit, like between the art that they've created and how that's made you feel. Like, yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I just find it really interesting how messy that becomes between like the idea of like my own morals, but then my own experiences of what I've seen. Not just like my art, but like when like take like a classic scenario of like Michael Jackson, like the king of pop, like everyone, like that combination of between of like how people have had so many like positive experiences or had so many like happy moments or picked that song for like their wedding or whatever they've done with it, and then to kind of also know that like alleged pedophile, like how do I, like where do I sit with that? Like I know some people take very clear lines, but I don't know if it's I guess my personal take, or as far as I've gotten it, is I don't think that it's that easy to make like a clean cut of like alleged or not. Like I can't do it. It's bad. But I'm like, yeah, maybe. But then,
Well, and
if goods
going
come
back to
from
like
it, yeah,
going back to like art like paintings, right? Like if your painting is found in Hitler's bunker, you know, huge news story back in the at that time of all these paintings stored in this bunker. And it's like, if your painting's in there, do you go, oh shit, I'm gonna be mentioned in one of the largest news stories in the world ever? Or do you go, fuck, Hitler's holding my shit?
Yeah, right. Like, you know,
I mean, I think you got to be. I would suspect you'd be on both sides. I mean, not you particularly, but just like anyone in general. Like, I think
yeah. I mean,
you might be a little bit of both. That, like, oh, this is exciting. Oh wait, oh, what a piece of shit. Oh wait, oh, like,
yeah, like, yeah. I take that example. It's like VW still around. Like,
yeah,
Volkswagen's still around. Louis Vuitton still make clothes, but like, yeah, it's like, I find it interesting. Like, that's a human to come have to make that call. Like, where do you make the decision? Like, yeah, clearly, like, you think, oh, making the Nazi uniform might have like make me look bad in history, but clearly,
yeah. Hugo
it
Boss
didn't.
is still
It didn't.
around.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, didn't really damage their record that much.
That's good marketing.
So yeah, it's like,
Well,
it's a weird one,
I
right?
think that's really separating the art from the artist, kind of thing, right?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
that'd
It's like
be more Michael
there's lots
Jackson.
to it, right? And there's also things like, like, you've got to take into consideration like progress, not necessarily like in that scenario of clothing, but like yeah, like, what if? And again, I'm not using an example of like Hugo Boss or Michael Jackson, but how people can screw up and they can be horrible people. To make light of it, like, I used to be a piece of shit, but I'm not anymore. Like that joy, that skit from I Think You Should Leave. Like, yeah, people can like learn. Like, but do we allow for that? We as a society kind of say we want people to learn and we want people to get better, but like, if you look at the media, kind of said otherwise, right? Like, if you made a mistake 10 years ago or said something on Twitter 10, 15 years ago, then like, good luck.
Yep, you're done.
Trying to survive. Yeah, you're done. But we also want you to learn and get better. But we don't really want you to get better. We kind of want to hold you accountable for what you said, even though you've grown and got better since then. Yes, it's an interesting place to be as an artist.
Who am I to gatekeep the transgressions of someone's past, from collecting my art?
Yeah, so that's sort of where my head's been somewhat recently. Ever since I read that little tweet, it's made me think about it. So I don't think I have the answer on it. I'm like, oh, I still don't know.
These are good. These are the questions we ask and the conversations we have. I like that.
Yeah, that was a deep one.
I like that. I dug that shit. That was good, man. And Willie even used some big damn words. See, Willie says he's not the smart guy on the show, but Willie uses some big damn words and phrases sometimes.
I just like to play the fool so I can ask stupid questions.
Right?
The comic relief.
Because sometimes I really am that dumb. I'm like, what's the difference between a pen and a paper?
Who did you have as influences? Did you have any influences when you started, doodling and drawing things?
One of my earliest influences, and it's like, if you were to look at his art again, even look at his art now, you'd be like, I don't see the connection at all. And it was a British guy. There was two British people actually. They were like, in terms of like technically and how I looked, there's a guy called Dan Mumford. He's quite popular, like he's now like moved into a lot more fan art. I guess what he creates. But when I knew him, he was like making like album covers for like hardcore and punk bands, which is like a bit of that's like music that I like and listen to. So he was like very detail orientated, lots and lots of lines, lots of like tapered lines, and yeah, just like excessive. So I really was into him, and there was this one other illustrator, and his name like goes blank at the moment. But he was actually just mostly the complete opposite one. Like he just was pen and ink. He didn't use very little color. And I went to one of his shows as well in London, and he was like an influence for me because he was again quite intricate. But I think what I got from him. So again, I cannot remember now. I even have one of his like illustrations in my office, but I can't think of his name. I'll try and look at his signature, and it's not giving me much.
Are you just making that up now? You're just trying to be cool. It's all right. No, you don't. It's no big deal.
But what I liked about him, he did, and maybe this is where it came from. Like, that's it. David Bray. That was his name, David Bray. He used the female form quite a lot, and he would put like lots of put them into like darker scenarios as well. Whether that be like, they always look very pretty, but they'd have like very dark or sad looking like makeup or paint or scenarios like that. And it was also kind of surreal. So I think I was definitely influenced subconsciously about that. I mean, I'd love to be compared to his type of work. I don't think I'm anywhere near as good as him, but I definitely borrowed from him. So I'm trying to figure out my own style. Yeah.
That's kind of cool. You know, as I've looked at your stuff over the past few weeks, it's like you constantly talk about, well, you don't think you're that good. You don't think you're that good, but you're making a living at it, and you have followers, and you know, you get Lululemon under your belt. Like, that's damn, man. You're good. Just gonna tell you.
Thank you. No, I do appreciate that. I guess I don't know. There's that part of my brain that just doesn't see it, but I guess it's not a bad part because it's what keeps me moving forward. I don't know if that sounds like corny or whatever, but it is. It's like that part. I mean, it's not self-depreciating. It's just like I know or have an idea of where I want to be, and I'm not there yet. Is what I guess is the more drawn out way of saying, like, I'm not that good. I'm not where I want to be.
I guess any artist. I mean, that is the way. Any artist is. I mean, otherwise, I guess when you're as good as it is, and you're as good as you're going to get, then where do you go, right? So I mean, having drive like that is definitely something to work towards is totally awesome. All artists are like that. Lots of people we've talked to are like that. You know, I can do better. I'm going to go further. I got this vision, and this is how it's going to be. And we're all going, dude, you're rocking it. I was just looking up.
Yeah, that's what I still just love about NFTs is, like, you know, you can go back and look at their mints and see the progression, you know, of any artist. Pick any artist that's on the blockchain, and you can go back and at least see what they have minted and see the progression of everything they've minted. Like, you couldn't do that, you know, 100 years ago, because where are you going to see all of their pieces in one spot?
Yeah, and I like that. I wish I was quicker at producing my work because I would mint more if I could. The only reason why I haven't minted as much is because I'm slow and indecisive on the final outcome of my stuff. And I would mint more if I could have done one thing differently. I would have minted more and worried less at the start, because I find, although there's that side of like early people that pretty much all left the space now, being like, oh no, you want to keep your supply low. I'm like, bullshit, because what I think is more interesting is whether you buy it or not. Like, I feel like what you're saying, like, it's a record of your like progression, right? Like, I wish I could have just minted everything I've done, even the stuff that didn't, like, if it hadn't sold. I would love to just have that record of like what is the word for it?
Your
Can't
journey.
think again. But yeah, that kind of just that whole provenance is the word I'm thinking of. You're like full like record of like provenance of my art, like it all just kind of being there on the blockchain. I wish I'd minted more, and so like let stuff kind of like go, maybe not, and just done more.
Yeah, it seems like that line is very, very hard drawn in the space. You know, you either have people who mint everything they don't care, or people who are very, very curated and calculated about what they mint. There doesn't really seem, at least that I've found, a middle ground between those two personalities in the NFT space.
Yeah, I think that it's still a space that's very much growing and learning, and I like the fact that there is space for people like, I don't care, I'm gonna mint, because at the start it felt very much like you only minted once you sold your last piece, or maybe you can have maybe you can have like another piece ready to sell, like a few options, but don't have any more than like 2 or 3. And it never seemed to sit with me, but I was never confident enough to, like, at the start, to, like, screw that, they don't know what they're talking about, and just mint. So I did wait, but now I wish I'd mint a few more things, just to have that record of, like, yeah, I did that, I did those things, have that just there on the blockchain
forever and ever and ever and ever.
As long as the nodes are running,
right? I was looking at some of these. I went in and I'm clicking around and looking at Dan Mumford and David Bray's stuff, and that's some dope shit. Both of them are very, very cool artists. David,
you have to scroll a long way down of Dan Mumford, like, in his, like, history. Like his stuff is like, it's still very, very good, but it's not. His stuff is not what was the style that influenced me. Like, I'm talking 2000 and like 3. You'd have to kind of manage to find your way back to. There's not many examples of that there anymore, especially like not on his own website or anything. Maybe on his Instagram, but that's a lot of scrolling.
Right.
Yeah, even David Bray, which is, it happens. Like, you grow and you develop and you find other things, or you want to progress your style in a different way, which I think is great. But yeah, what was influencing me then was pretty different to how they are now.
Something to dive into. But I like that.
I'm sure
you said he was an artist for like album covers. I just can't help but think how funny it would be if he did an album cover for Mumford and Sons.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he will.
That's so cheesy.
Maybe it'll get to that time. There will come that time where he will, but I don't think it's yet.
Willie's warming up the dad jokes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You know how when a regular joke becomes a dad joke?
How's that?
It's apparent.
Oh, fuck. Dude. Love it.
Oh, man. Is it that time already? Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's always good to have those breaks. I mean, come on. If we didn't start talking dad jokes, we would have never known that that there's like entire websites dedicated to dad jokes. In fact, who's it? Ben Kenise.
Yeah.
He has that whole random dad joke. What was it? Dadjokes.org or something? I can't remember what it was. Dad joke.
I have it bookmarked somewhere. Yeah.
But yeah, I love that crap. I'm not a dad, but man, I tell you what, dad jokes are where it's at, right? Gotta love them.
They come from a very special place,
right?
Oh,
I appreciate good dad jokes.
Yeah.
They're a bit smart, a bit corny. They're just they're all over.
It's the groan. You need the groan. That's what dad jokes are all about, is getting the groan.
Yeah. It's because you're like I didn't want to laugh because I know it's going to be a dumb joke, but you're like, oh, that's a good joke though.
Right?
That's where the groan comes from.
It's apparent.
It's
apparent. Oh yeah. Yeah, we love that stuff. Oh man. So just a little reset in the room here as we're all kind of hanging out here groaning on dad jokes. Our guest tonight is Spencer Jackson. My name is Bits, under the WX8BK logo tonight. No Bits tonight. There's no Bits logo PFP up there. One Wheel Willie, our other host, and I'd like to thank everybody for coming in here. Studio Brook, Laser Lou, Lily White, Jay up in here, Rich Sanders down there, Fariz down there, NFTP. I always add that extra T. in hanging with us as well. Just popped in. Thank you very much. And we have 3 unknown listeners below. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. Yeah, we're talking Spencer Jackson. We just did a little brief thing on dad jokes. Loving the dad jokes. Got to have that. Just got to say, you know, Spencer Jackson on the West Coast, Willie on the West Coast representing tonight. Man, Studio Brooke up late. She's staying up late on the East Coast over there. Man, it's like nighttime and shit. Thank you for being here, Studio Brooke.
She's waiting for probably some insult or like expression of love from me. That's what I think.
Yeah.
That's what she's waiting for.
Well, she can keep waiting.
She'll get neither. Treat her mean.
There you go. That'll show her.
Hey, you know what? I'll tell you, we're doing the ultimate treating her mean tonight. We haven't given her a microphone.
That's
right.
She's gonna be so pissed.
Oh, she's
gonna be yelling me in my DMs later.
Yeah, there's gonna be bad tweets going all over the place. I'm never ever gonna be able to be a streetwalker now. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, man. Is there because earlier we talked about your very first piece that you minted, you had said, and how people reacted to it in a certain way, and then you were like, oh, well, that's really great that reminds you of your ex-girlfriend or whatever, but it's like totally not the meaning kind of thing. Of course, you didn't say that to people. Is there a specific piece that you have minted that really means a lot to you, other than that particular piece as your first?
Yes. Yeah. There's a few. But there's one, and this is how I know it means a lot to me, because I actually remember the title of it. Because usually, like, I will find the title of them, but it's like very much like in the moment, and it matters to me in the moment. But there's like sometimes I have so many things that I want to get out that I have I have more ideas than I do time, so I don't always even remember. Like, I'll write them, and it's like in that moment I remember that's what it means. I can't always remember the titles of them, but there's one that, again, it's fairly early on, and it was just titled, and it's called like Only This Moment, and that one does hold, I guess, like quite a personal importance to me. Yeah.
Is that where did you?
You're like, whoa, what? And I'm like,
do you care to elaborate what that meaning is?
No.
Or
well, the difficulty in it is not because I don't want to, but I don't. Again, it's like I'm very cautious about sharing the meaning, because I think it's hard to, like, I don't want to take away from what people have experienced if they've seen it or how they felt from it. It's like it just becomes that afterwards. And yeah, I heard David Lynch talk about that. He was just like, I don't explain anything about my films because I just want people to experience it. And I was like, yeah, like, if he can stick with it after all this time and still never give an explanation to any of his films, I'm like, yeah, this is kind of important to me. I don't think I have anywhere near the same level of impact as David Lynch, but this is the start as you mean to go on, so I'm like going to stick with that. But what can I say?
I was going to ask you where you minted it, because I'm trying to look for it right now, and I'm just.
It's on OpenSea.
Is it on OpenSea?
Yeah, it was in my ontological. Series.
Okay, that's okay. So I saw ontological, and I'm like, no, only this. Okay, I'm going back to that now. I'll look at that. Anyway, sorry, as you were.
No, I think what I liked about it was because, without giving it away, it was like a very much of like a moment of like, it sounds so corny, but like it was like something like existential, not crisis, but like a moment of just like I don't know. I just felt very, not even clarity. I just felt very, at the time, very aware of like not like, I guess in some way like my insignificance, like in the grand scheme of like all that goes on. Like I don't know. I was just drawing late, and I just remember feeling like aware that like I'm on this continent that is absolutely massive, and just like I'm on a planet, and on this planet's like in space, and I was just like, and at that point, it was connected to that wasn't it, but I was connected to, and I just remember feeling very like aware of how small I am, or how we are, but yeah, especially how I felt at that time. I thought that was.
I'm 5'5", and I know that Studio Brooke is shorter than me if we're talking about small. Sorry.
Oh, she is half pint size, small. Yeah, like careful, you'll trip over her. Sort of like.
I actually did when I was in Miami. As a matter of fact, it's a true story. She moved me out of the way, actually. I think that I respect that. I really dig the whole fact of that you also want to keep that. You're not going to talk about your pieces. You're not going to tell people what it is so that they change their minds. You're just leaving it.
No, that's all I want to talk about, though.
Is it? Well, yeah. Let's keep talking about it.
That's just me. I'm like, oh, now I want to know.
I was gonna say when
you know how I am though. Like,
oh yeah,
people talk about their doing sketches and stuff. I'm like, I have seen sketches.
Yeah, no,
like,
I knew
please
that.
just send me the sketches.
As soon as Spencer said that, I was like, oh, this is fucking killing Willie right now. This is dying.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry, Willie.
Oh, dude, I love that.
I've experienced it myself. Though, like, once I've watched a film. And I've like thought, oh, is this what it means? But I don't really get what it means. And then once I've kind of like tried to search about it, I'm like, I can only then think about the actual answer instead of like what I experienced or what I thought it was about at first. So I'm just like, I
need some music.
Yeah,
I like it when people can have their own kind of like things and their own thoughts about it.
Yeah, I'm kind of that way because when I listen to music, vocals to me are just another instrument. I don't really pay attention to them. I was never much forever like, back in the day, like pulling the liner notes and looking at what the lyrics were. Even today, I don't, look at lyrics very often. But it's like, every once in a while you will, out of nowhere, after you've listened to something for years and years and years. And then you're like, oh, well, damn, that's a pretty dark song, and that song used to make me feel all vibey and happy and like drive fast to it. Now I'm like, well, shit. Every time that song comes on, I want to drive myself off the road, man.
Yeah, right. Like it, I don't know. It is. It's like, and plus sometimes something else I hear are fun. It's kind of, I enjoy like, wow, you are way, way off. Like I was accused on one of my illustrations, there's like a collab with somebody, and I was accused of like cultural appropriation. I was like, oh, okay, that's impossible in this scenario because it's a collab piece. I was like, we just came up with two random pieces and it worked. So, anyways, but yeah, I find it fun. Yeah, and I still never explained to people. I still never then said, no, it's about this or whatever. Just like, cool. That's way off, and it's not that at all, but okay. Someone else questioned if I was misogynistic as well in my earlier pieces, which I laughed at. Again, completely like getting the wrong end of it, but I thought, okay, that's your thing, sure.
I guess it always it always
it's kind of like
keeps
the Rorschach test, right? Like if you see cultural appropriation, and maybe it's a mirror for you. If you see misogyny, maybe it's a mirror, not a painting.
Maybe, yeah. And again, but I'm just like, I don't know. I think it's easy for me to just kind of like, well, I made my thing, so you can deal with it, and like it's on you now. Like it becomes your problem for you to work out like how much energy do you want to put into it.
Keeps it pretty natural for you as well, the reactions, right? Because whenever somebody sees your piece for the first time, or you get to experience their reaction, at least it's very genuine and it's not skewed by anything that you've said, right? That's kind of cool. sure.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess in some of them, I was like, I mean, it worked, but as I went on, I was like, I'm kind of glad I'm talking about it, because I'm like, I don't know if I'm actually, if I'm like, I want to talk about some of these topics or where these things came from. I'm like, I haven't even fully formed them or made sense for myself, and I don't want to be like asked questions about them, because I'm like, oh, some of them are kind of heavy. But I love that it's like, yeah, no one's gonna know which ones are really kind of like heavy or come from like a very dark place, because they all kind of look nice, right? They all kind of look like something out of like a Willy Wonka film, you know. So
like I want to chew
enjoyable.
I want to chew the bubble gum that came in this package.
Exactly. So I'm like, yeah, like cool. You have your experience. Yeah, and I like that relationship between my art and other people viewing my art.
Yeah, I totally respect that answer, you know, and your outlook on it. I think it's really cool. I think it's kind of unique in this day. So I really dig it. That doesn't mean I don't want to know it all, but
well, for the right price, maybe I can be swayed.
You got American dollars, Willie. You have power.
Oh yeah.
You got like 25 cents
American
more.
money.
Give him $1, it's $1.25 or whatever the hell it is these days. I don't know, $1.30. Christ.
Electro leverage.
I think I'm going to start getting Willie I'm going to start getting you to send me money in American funds. I don't know why you need to send me money. We haven't figured that out yet, but I'm going to get you to send me money, and it's going to be in American funds.
There you go.
I mean, if he does it, that's all that matters, right?
Yeah. Okay, Willie, all I want is your nickels. Don't give nothing else. Just save all of the nickels that you have and you know, just mail them to me once a month.
I know you think like shipping is a lot cheaper down here. It's not cheap enough to ship nickels.
Dude, I get car parts shipped
Just
for nothing
saying.
down there. All right then. Fine. Don't send me your nickel. Okay, fine. Send me your dollar bills. American dollar bills piss me off. Because Spencer, I don't know if you ever travel the States or not, but you might.
Why? You're not blind.
Here's the deal.
They
Not
can only
blind.
piss you off if you're blind.
You're fucking. You're funny money. But like it's like when I put my
never
hand.
a problem for Daredevil.
When I put my hand in my pocket in Canada, if I have bills in my pocket, I know that they're at least $5 or greater. Right? If you have change in your pocket, well, then whatever. Like there's $1 coins, $2 coins. But if you feel a wad of bills in your pocket, you know that that's at least $5 bills or greater. And it's like in America.
Not me. If it's in my pocket, I know it's only $2 bills.
Yeah, it's fucking you. Yeah, well, you're just off like that, right? You're collecting up them rare $2 bills.
I only carry $2 bills.
And that's where I find it whack. It's like in Vegas, I find it happens to me all the time because I'm always like shelling money out, not tipping enough sometimes, and then you end up with all these fucking ones in your pocket. And then it's like you put your hand in your pocket, yeah, I'll buy dinner, and then you're like, oh man, there's like fucking 17 ones here. Like it's not even
I prefer to have 17 ones in paper form than 17 ones in coins, just like
fair.
So feeling like some kind of like dirty bomb in my pocket or something like that. It's just like full of shrapnel.
But I find from a tipping point of view, and I will say this, like probably for this, well, I don't know, probably I had 12 years, 16 years experience in the service industry and being around that. People tend to get rid of the coins more specifically for that reason. So therefore, I personally believe that they tip out more of the $1 and $2 coins because they want to get them the F out of their pocket. There's no study on this. This is not tipping advice. This is not tipping financial advice, folks.
Well, if you want tipping advice, tip something unique, like a $2 bill, and then you won't have to tip as much because they'll be so enamored by they don't see that very often.
Yeah.
You give them, you give them $4 instead of maybe 6 or 7 that they should have got, and they go, "Oh, but those are $2 bills."
You're giving them a unique experience. You're just giving them money.
You're weird.
Giving them a talking point.
But there's a downside to that if you don't tip well, is the fact that you're the $2 bill guy, so they're gonna see you coming if you don't tip well. And be like, "Oh, this fucking guy again."
Well, if you go somewhere regular,
but if you do tip well, then it's like, oh, fucking $2 bill guy's here. Hell yeah.
$2 bill, y'all. It's got to be a rap song about that. $2 bill, y'all. Nobody ever goes in and fucking makes it rain $2 bills. Or do you, Willie?
I said you never been to a strip club with me.
No. I don't go to strip clubs anymore. Fuck that. That's a waste of money.
Yeah.
Different topic. Remember Lululemons? Woo! No.
I saw in some of your other work you had a title in the title beer label. Do you drink a lot of beer? Do you
Beer
make
label?
beer?
Oh, no, that was that was like a contract for a craft beer company in Wisconsin. There's a cool little they're part of like Door County Brewing. They're a bigger brand. I don't know how big, because I don't actually drink alcohol at all. Nor have I for like a long time. But yeah, so but I was willing to do some labels for them because they basically gave me like a blank brief. They were like, just do what you like to do. So draw us. Well, initially one beer label, and then I persuaded them to do 3 with me. That's the right way to do design work. Convince them that they need you even more. That's how you get longevity. So I convinced them to do 3. Yeah.
How do you convince them other than just the work being good? Like, are you like, well, we need 3 to tell a story. We have kind of a story we need to tell.
Kind of like
tell it
that.
Across 3 beers.
I was like, yeah, we could do that, or we could kind of make these like connected. That there is sort of like theme that runs between the 3 of them, and they were into it. Like, it was a bit more detailed than that, but basically that was it. That was like, this is a series that we're going to use. We'd set like a color palette, and that we would use them kind of a similar palette, but in like different ways. Or there's 3 different color palettes, and they're all complementary. And that was the initial pitch. It was like, yeah, we could do 1, or we could do like 3. They could be connected, and it seems like a series of beer labels that we do. And they were like, yeah, hell yeah, let's do that. So that's what we did.
Yeah, that's good upsells right there. Were you in any kind of sales before you started doing graphic design, or?
Well, I worked in branding and advertising, so I saw the advertising world, which, by the way, I do think is just absolutely pure evil, in like the best and worst way. But so I did pick up on some of the tricks that I saw brands using, as well as from the client side, how people trying to make sure they kept clients as well. So yeah, I did listen to some of the things they did, and try to sneakily apply them.
Is that actually taught in advertising school, like all the tricks and techniques and shit, or you got to just pick it up on the internet?
No, it's there, and you in school it's to create the ideas, how to get ideas, and then when you get a job, you realize that there are people that have other agendas, and that don't really care about your ideas in some cases, or depending on the brand, and that really they have something they want to sell, and they need you to do it in a way that is going to make people want it. And there's lots of different tactics in doing that, but there are definitely brands that having seen it from the inside, and when not to like sound too fancy, but like when I say on the inside, it doesn't sound exciting as a job, but one of the jobs was literally to design like a presentation deck for Nestle, and it was presenting all of their research from all their customers and how they've been collecting data, and how they then turn all that data into loyal customers. So it was like, yeah, it was their plan, of how they do what they do, which was pretty scary actually to see from someone didn't know at the start. So I don't do that. I don't do the mind tricks, but yeah, I definitely took a few good points on how to keep myself employed.
That's important.
Gotcha.
I was just kind of thinking, it just kind of popped into my head because I was putting up some of the beer cans that you've done here, and I just kind of noticed like Willie might agree with me here. Like I don't know, do you know MEMXEI? Have you ever crossed paths with her? She's from Australia, but she works in advertising. She's a graphic designer. And her art, she is talking about very deep things to her, very, past life experiences and stuff like that, and very serious topics. But she uses a pastel-y palette and presents it kind of like you were. Sorry, I'm just kind of it just kind of struck me that you guys were kind of in the same industry, and you guys kind of present your stuff very similarly, which is kind of interesting.
Oh,
It's very interesting.
no, I haven't.
No.
But I definitely would like to see their work for sure.
Am I right, Willie?
Yeah,
am I right, or am I
No,
talking shit here?
I was thinking about that really early on, like how Spencer used a similar color palette, and then like you said, but with a dark meaning or tone, and but with this kind of pastel-y upbeat color palette. And I was thinking about Mimsy at the time, but it wasn't until you said they're both in advertising right now that I was like, wait a minute, is this some advertising bullshit that they both came up with on their own? Is this some tricks of the trade shit?
When we buy the package to learn how to promote ourselves, it's going to be their names are going to be at the bottom of it. Damn it, it was them the whole time.
Yeah.
Are you guys Coca-Cola? Are you guys Anheuser-Busch? No, but it really was. Yeah. It's very cool. I think it's the whole. And I mean, she very deliberately, like she's very open about the meanings of her pieces, and the reason, part of the reasoning that she uses her pastel-y colors is because she wants to draw people in and make them feel comfortable so that she can talk to them, right? That she can tell them what the meaning is, right? Whereas you're not driving people away immediately by what they see in front of their eyes, which, kind of falls into how advertising works, right? We're going to sell you gasoline, but we want you to feel comfortable.
No, but I do think that, and as she's here, she's still here, we'll give her some praise. I have had conversations with Studio Brooke about
she is still
that,
here.
and I've realized that I think that in not talking about it, it may somewhat be to my detriment, and I've looked ways to kind of generalize how I talk about my topics that are more relatable to, like tell a story, not necessarily has to tell my story and give away everything, but still, because part of it is connecting and storytelling, which Brooke is very good at, and so I just kind of like, this is how I am, this is how it is, whatever, and accept it. But there is there is benefits to kind of having, I guess if you look at an advertiser terms, like a little bit of bait on the hook to help bring more people to your work. Not that I'm trying to like trap them or capture them or anything, but like incentivize and bring people to have a reason to look into it, right?
Well, I mean, do you feel that there's a problem there? I mean, you obviously have collectors. People obviously dig your stuff. And
the thing is, like, objectively, I think it might benefit me if I did talk about it more, but I don't know how to, because this is like me, like this is how I am about it. So I'm like, I know there's like the whole advertising side of stuff, but that's a different side of it. When it comes to like my own art, I can't like fake it. I can't pretend to be something else, because that's I enjoy most about it.
If you just don't look down at your phone, you could just tell me. I won't tell anybody. You just forget people are in here listening. And you just
Dude,
tell me. I
have been looking at your Proteon piece the whole time. Like I have looked at my phone for an hour and a bit now. So, yeah.
Digging that piece.
I'm very good. I'm very good at looking away and forgetting. Sorry.
I mean, I do understand that. I do, there for sure. There's definitely something to giving a bit more background and bits and pieces, because I mean, Willie and I have been very fortunate with this space and talking to the artists, and having them sit down here in the lounge car on the train with us, and like that the idea is that it's not to trick people into anything, but it's that we want you to feel, we want people to feel comfortable, and sometimes that those stories start coming out a little bit more, right? And some artists, obviously that some artists are just like flat out there, and it's in the description of underneath their piece exactly what it's about and what it is. But it is always very cool to know just that little bit more, right? Like to just really look at a piece of work and go, oh, that's really cool. Yeah, no, I totally appreciate that. I would definitely hang that on the wall. And then go to the point of where it's like, no, man, I'm definitely hanging that on my wall, and I'm going to tell everybody that comes in the house that, this is that, yeah. It's a fine line though, but it's also, it's also digging deep for you.
Yeah. And you probably are right. But it's like, I don't know. So I think, I don't feel like I can change it. Or not that I can't. I just don't see myself doing it. I'm like, no, I'm happy with this. Like, I'm happy with the level that I'm at. Mm-hmm. I'm like, if people weren't buying my art, before, I'm still making as much, if not more, art. So it's not,
for sure,
not what everything's about. Yeah, like it is my kind of outlet. So I'm like, I'm sticking with this way. I'm happy with the way it is. I'm just grateful that people even connect with it enough to part with their money or other variations, crypto, to own it. Yeah. Like that's cool.
Well, yeah, and that's ties back into what I said that a few minutes ago. Like, man, like people are collecting it as it is. So do you really have to change it? But I mean, even for me now, what you have told us tonight about your art, I didn't know that. I had no idea. I mean, I didn't know that. And I mean, even right there, that is all of a sudden opened up to me. That's like, damn, like I'm looking at all these pieces way differently. And now I look at each one of your pieces now and go, okay, I know what I see. And to think in my head that it definitely probably doesn't mean that. It's somebody's feelings, right? Like,
maybe not. Maybe you got it on. Maybe you have completely guessed it right.
Yeah.
I'd be concerned for you if you did. Let's put it that way. On some of them, I'd be like, oh, I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't see it.
Yeah. I'll like DM you. I'll go, hey man, did this mean
I like
this?
It being kind of like a Rorschach test.
Did this mean this? And you'll be like, dude, you need help. You need help now.
That was actually that was one of my like happier pieces. So yeah, I don't really know what to say. Hope you're okay.
No, that's just a portraiture of that time that Michael Jackson hung his kid over the balcony. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's just a portraiture.
Dude, that's it's a beer label, man. That's a fucking beer label. Calm down.
Oh, it's a terrible beer label.
That beer label brought out my darkest feelings.
Michael Jackson should not be on a beer label.
Why is that? I mean,
just perception alone.
Could be on a Bud Light bottle.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
That's good stuff. We don't usually get that. We don't get into that stuff. Nobody drinks.
These are just jokes, people.
Yeah, nobody drinks Bud Light, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I don't judge on pretty much anything in my life, but you're drinking Bud Light? There's way better fucking beers than Bud Light. God. Man.
Any of them.
Budweiser even. I think I'd probably just drink regular Budweiser over Bud Light. Why, do you drink Bud Light, Willie? You gonna defend him?
I don't drink BMC.
Yeah.
Bud, Miller, Coors. I don't drink any of that shit.
Okay. Is that that's
not if I can avoid it.
right? That stuff is crappy.
You know,
Even
sometimes
Molson.
you're at an event or something. That's all they got. But yeah,
That's where you just slam down.
No.
That's where you slam down like a few of them really quickly to get over it, right? Like Budweiser is one. Molson Canadian here is one of the ones that I just can't even stand. It tastes like the bottom of the barrel when they made a really good beer and they didn't like clean the fucking vat out the day before, so they poured it off and made it into another beer. It's about as honest I can get about that. Anyways.
Okay, now let me defend that process real quick. That's how we make our rosé, and we get 93 points on it.
Wine is different. Wine is different. Wine is totally different. Beer you can't do. Come on now, man. Jesus.
Just saying. Somebody doesn't like the dregs of the rosé, so we pour it off in different barrels and separate it out and then pour it into rosé later.
Yeah, there you go. I know. I don't disagree with that. Wine's totally different. Beer gets skunky. Anyways, is Spencer still with us? No, he didn't leave this time. Good. Thank God. Everybody's still with us. Hell yeah. Even our 3 invisible listeners are still here. Thank you.
Spencer, have you ever done any wine labels?
No, I would like to try because I feel like I can get a little bit more intricate, a little bit more fancy with some of the stuff there. So, no, but I probably would give it a go. Get a little bit of a bit more filigree illustration on there, maybe something like that. Something more ornate would be fun. Yeah, I would.
Yeah,
I would.
So with living out here in the...
I'm trying to think what's... Go on.
No, you go ahead.
I was trying to think what I would say no to when it comes to like commercial illustration. What wouldn't I do? I'll cross that bridge when it gets there, I guess.
Yeah, and then they'll up the money and you'll go, okay, well now I'll do that.
In design, it came up. When I was working at Ages, it came up. Only once though. It was I can't remember the actual company, but I was like, oh, I didn't know they built weapons. Yeah, it's like the side of the company is the side of this company, and it was essentially just like
Volkswagen. We still talking about Volkswagen?
It was like, yeah, I can't remember what it was, but they were essentially, it was their side to a company. I honestly can't remember, but yeah, they were doing like supplying like weapons and like missiles and stuff like that. I was like, oh, okay. So I said no to that. I was like, nope, I won't be involved in that. Sorry.
That's cool.
So yeah, that was a little bit awkward because it's like a good agency, but I was like, no, sorry.
It's all right. Spencer Jackson has a set of balls. He'll say no.
And morals.
Damn straight.
I mean, yeah, I think it's important too, right? Kind of know where you draw the line and why you're going to draw that line.
Well, it becomes your portfolio, right? I mean, I guess so. It totally makes sense. Willie and I haven't found a show that we wouldn't do yet, but it'll come. One day there'll be an artist that wants to come on, and we'll be like, nah, fuck that.
No, I think we've turned a couple people down.
Yeah, you know what? Actually,
I can't remember who right now.
You're right. You're right. We have too. Damn, I feel highfalutin and snooty now. I feel
good. That makes me feel more important too.
No,
you're like I made the cut.
I totally forgot about that.
I mean, even if we hadn't, we have to say that we did, just so that the artists feel better. Like, no, man, we don't just let everybody on.
For sure.
You know, there's only 52 weeks in the year.
No, we genuinely have. I think 3 people. I think there's been 3 where we've been like, no, we're booked. No, we're booked into next year. But you didn't have anybody on last week. No, we're booked into next year.
Yeah, well, we were busy last week doing nothing.
Damn it. We got to come up with something, Willie. We're going to have 2 weeks in a row where we have nothing. Well, fuck. Book Spencer Jackson then. Oh, well, if we don't book Spencer Jackson, we're going to have to get Studio Brook. Then what?
Then what?
Well, you can't follow Studio Brook. You have to have no space the week after you have Studio Brook. Because how do you follow up?
Just to breathe.
Fuck yeah.
Just to free yourself of all the sexual tension.
Is that what that was? I thought it was gas from what I ate earlier tonight. Oh, okay. Subject Studio Brook.
Maybe you're having.
Oh God. What did you say, Willie? Oh,
Why? What happened?
she's requested.
Oh
my
great.
God! I didn't let her in. Who let her in? Of course we did.
I'll bring her up.
I brought
You
her up.
you did this to
I was
yourself.
just waiting to see how long it was going to take for her to actually request.
I mean, if you guys are gonna flirt with me, I might as well flirt back.
See,
I would have let you up before we had Spencer come up, but you know, I was just seeing how long it was going to take for you to request.
I'm blushing and
I
I'm
know
sweating.
You slid into my DMs with all your eggplant requests.
No, I was trying to understand what the eggplant thing was.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, this has been fun. I'm so happy that this worked out and you had Spencer because he's one of my favorites. And he has a cute accent. So, great combo.
I thickened it up just for you.
I mean, pretty much this was
I'm
just
talking about the accent.
session. Oh, you've been putting it on this whole time?
I said I thickened it up for you.
Oh, good.
I had to specify. I was like, I'm talking about my accent.
Uh-huh.
No, he
No, but you
speaks
said
like an
last night-
American.
That's what he said.
Yeah. I was just coming to say a quick hello and to say I appreciated all of this. It is late here, but thank you for keeping me up, boys. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you coming, and you know everything else is all in jest. It's all because we love you.
I can't say.
I know.
I can't say anything.
The
I'm
short stuff
blushing.
in Willie's show.
I felt like when Pseudo Brooks said thanks for keeping me up, boys, it just sort of like it just rolled off her tongue too easy. Like she said that a few times.
Yeah, a few times today.
Oh Jesus! This is why we have to put the R rating on the show. It goes a little bit further than PG, you know.
You know, I like to push things just a little. I know you guys. You need it every now and again.
I'm
Loosen
blushing.
me up.
I'm blushing. I'm sweating. I can't even. If I wasn't drunk, I wouldn't even be speaking. I would be speechless right now because Studio Brook's in the room and I just can't.
You guys are the best / worst / best.
Ditto.
But no, this was fun as always, and it's always great to also get a little piece of Spencer. He knows he's one of my faves, so this was a delight.
Everything you say just sounds like a euphemism. I don't know which the compliments or.
And that is on purpose. But yeah, I was going to say, I think I've spent quite a bunch of in-person time with you, Spence. So you're one of the few people who knows that I'm like this all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, there's deeper. Oh, really? Do tell.
I think everyone calm down. If Spencer was going to do anything inappropriate, it would be with my husband.
All right.
Yeah.
I like the silence on Spencer's end.
I was just like, I was trying to just give like a, some
even
kind
better.
of like risk.
I like the
trying to
deep
give
silence.
Trying to give some response that would one up what you just said. But I was like, she's got me.
I'm just gonna let this sit.
Like...
It's actually much more uncomfortable this way.
I feel a little bit uncomfortable.
An eye for an eye only makes us all blind, right?
No, I was. Oh, he's I like that his mic just got cut. That's his wife running in and being like, "Enough!" No, no, it's. I'm gonna single-handedly just destroy everything.
Wait,
This was lovely, and then you let me come up.
Was it cutting out before you weren't hearing what I was saying? Did you think I was in a long silence?
Spencer, you back?
Wait, what's going on?
Can you genuinely not hear him, studio?
I can't. No, not
shit,
at all.
Brooke.
Wait, so you guys were hearing me speak, but
yeah, we can hear you fine.
Oh fuck, this
okay.
is even
So
fucking funnier now.
Yeah, so she's missing all the things. You now have carte blanche to say the most obscene thing that I just said.
Yeah, I can.
I'm alright with it.
That's so crazy.
Oh, that's crazy. He said you now have permission. Well, he said carte blanche to say whatever the hell you want now. So it's all. You got it. You got it.
Wait, This is so disappointing. The one thing I came was for the accent, and now I've been denied.
Yeah, well,
you got to leave and come back.
Oh no. I was going to say no.
For our numbers.
No. I was going to say she didn't pay for the platinum package.
That's true, but I'm in yoga pants.
Oh, Willie,
are they Lululemons though?
I'm not telling you anything. Hold on, I need a little bit of censor. Hold on.
We're holding on. She's out and then she's coming back in. You know, the one thing that I was gonna say was hang on, let's let this. Oh, the crazy lady's back. No, just kidding. Are you there, Brooke?
Okay, I'm back.
Spencer?
I'm still here.
Oh, now I can hear you again. Yeah, now I can hear you again.
Yeah.
She had a little bit of Willie-itis there. That's a Willie problem.
Yeah, usually.
It's contagious. Apparently, too much time in the DMs last night.
You weren't safe DMing you guys? Come on.
My wife calls it selective listening, but I'm like, no, it's a Twitter problem. She's like, we're not on a phone. You're in the bedroom. Oh, sorry. The problem is I'm not on Twitter. That's the problem. See? It's a little Twitter problem.
Oh, fuck. Oh, dude, I'm dying over here. Well, now Spencer's not talking because we're not letting him.
Oh, no, I'm listening.
Okay.
I'm just taking it all in.
I was going to say...
I want to get back on track, especially before we lose Brooke for the night.
No,
too.
wait. I wanted to say, since we're talking about accents and how she wanted to hear Spencer talk, and he's putting it on thick. Every time, okay, so if anybody in here is old like me and used to watch the old Saturday Night Live skits with Mike Myers, do you remember when he was Simon and he liked to do drawings? Every time Spencer said drawing and he would say it just like that, I was like, God damn, that reminds me of that Mike Myers skit. Does anybody else remember that one?
Can't say that I do.
Really? Okay, I'm going to Google this and we'll get it up there. You can continue on with the space without me. I'm just going to fucking Google this up here and get this queued up so we can play it. Anyways.
Okay, I want to talk about the Bad Luck Club. Like, how did that idea come about? And where's it going? Where are we going with it? Is it still around?
Oof.
This is a great question for Spencer.
This is. I feel the weight of this question. So how it started off was even before NFTs. It was meant to be. It was intended to be what it still is for the most part, or one facet of it. It was selfishly, it was like a curation group. I saw a bunch of artists that I loved when I was making my Instagram account, and I just started chatting to them, and it was essentially that. Like, we'd all just talk and we would share art and kind of give tips and advice, and then we'd make little collections and do art pieces around the same kind of themes, and it was always that kind of space to kind of support one another and smaller artists, and that's what it still is for the most part. Then it evolved into the collection, like an outward facing collection, in the NFT space. Or even that, even before that, we were for the longest time doing spaces on like a weekly basis. Me, Chemical Messiah, and Kyle, we would do them every week. But unfortunately, I guess as life kind of goes on, people end up getting other things, other demands in life. Like it became more and more difficult to continue on doing that. We all still talk, but what I realized was partly me as well, like trying to get all 12 of us at the same time in the same place to continue on producing the artwork was becoming more and more difficult. Like, like it just life got in the way, and some people got super busy with other stuff. Some people got really busy with NFT stuff as well, and were focused on their projects. So what I will say is that it's like dormant is how I would see it, because I can't accept that it would die, because I think that I just need like a good week's worth of sleep or something like that, and I'll have the energy to kind of push it again. But I think when it comes back, I think it will be in a different iteration yet again, which is cool, because I think every time we come forward, it's like manifested in a different way. But it's still, at its core, has been about like supporting artists on some degree in like a small, like intimate way, and it still is that. I think it will be that.
I think one cool thing about Bad Luck Club that probably nobody knows is that we have our own little Telegram chat, and we share our work pretty much every day. Like, we all still check in with each other and talk and shoot the shit and talk about crypto and talk about NFTs and show projects we're working on, and it's great. Like, we see works in progress and weigh in on people.
That's just you guys, the artists you meet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's not outward facing like the Discord.
Internal,
internal, but it's still all of us. Like, we were looking at Lou's stuff earlier today, or like Mendez has been showing us his stuff, and Proteon, and like we're all still in there. Kyle and Spencer, but like we're constantly in that group. I mean, multiple times a day, sharing stuff, inspiration, ridiculousness in the space. And so it's still a collective, and we're still very active. We're just sort of more silently active. I mean, I think the market has been tough right now, and I think that the nice thing is that we're all still created and we're all still friends. So it's actually a very inspirational place for us, even if it's not so outwardly facing right now. I'd like to, echo what Spencer said and say, I hope it's not done. I mean, because I feel like as inspired as always, especially, in the presence of these amazing people, and that it's fun that we're all different types of, illustrator, photographer, collage artists, like, we've got, 3D guys, like it's a really, really fun group. And it's really helped, I think, all of us like explore different pieces of our creativity, because there's always somebody that has a skill set that the rest of us don't have. And so we're always sort of giving tips and tricks. So anyway, and that's how I met Spencer, was being on his spaces. So I would say be careful to you two, because I stick around. I get on his show once and then I don't leave.
Cannot get rid of her.
That's all right. We're good with that. We're actually
we need a female voice on the show sometimes, right? Just really kind of knock us around and tell us
I'm
so many dad
dominate.
jokes.
I think it's
totally fine.
I think it's totally.
She'll verbally peg you. She will verbally peg you if you want her to.
And most people pay good money for that.
Right?
So the fact that I'm here doing it for free.
Dude, I think it's a beautiful thing that as a collective, that you all still chat with each other in the background. Like, that's really neat to know. As a person on the outside, it's really cool to know that.
What's one thing I don't think we've ever really, we did it once, and I don't think it ever really properly translated, because when we were doing it, it was very busy. But not just saying this because I know them, but
the people in that group are all extremely like talented, like in their own sphere. All of us have like none of us are just. I say not just like in a negative way. Like it's not the only thing that we do. None of us are just producing art. Like all of us have like other things that we pull from and contribute to, like with like photographers that are doing like other types of work, or there's like people that have like print studio background. Everyone else has like a separate background that we add to it as well. So not only are they all like exceptionally artists in their own right and can bring those eyes to it and those technical things, they all, nearly all, I think practically all of us have some other thing that we like are highly successful at, which I think is a crazy group to be a part of. And it's weird, like it just is. We tried to even get it to translate into across the Discord, but I don't know what it is about that Telegram group, but it's like it only exists that kind of like I don't know what the right word for it is, but like that mood or that tone that we have in there only seems, we can't seem to get it out of that Telegram chat and just
which
have
is
it and share with other people.
Right, which is mostly very serious art stuff and me sexually harassing everybody.
Well, that's any Discord.
That's
chat
any
right?
chat. Period. That's Twitter Spaces too.
That's the bare minimum of
right?
the NFT degen space. So
that's why I like it so much.
we can see where you're drawn to space.
I mean,
but yeah, I know
degens are just dying for women to sexually harass them. But here we just take it for granted.
Your cup overfloweth, and you...
Oh shit! I was just kind of thinking, Willie, you'd be able to answer this. How many of the Bad Luck Club have we had on? We've had Proteon, Studio Brook, and now Spencer. Who else have we had on?
Lou.
Oh, and Lou. Yes, and Lou, of course.
A previous member that will not be named.
All right.
Yes.
And I think that's it. We tried to get Mendez. He said yes, but he's in Spain, right? So he was like, well, you got to figure out the times. Like, all right, we're backed up on those.
Yeah, no, you have to get Mendez. His work is amazing, and he's a colossal nerd in like the best way. Like he's really, really, really worth listening to. He's a really good guy. Everybody in the group is, but I think he'd be fascinating to to talk with.
Mendez is probably the nicest. I would definitely say the nicest. Like, you'll talk to him and you'll just feel better for talking to him. Whereas, like, yeah, like I mean, like, I'm like, I was like, do I continue this on and give an example of everybody of what my experience is of all of those people? I was like, maybe not. But with me, you'll come away somewhat confused, or distracted by my accent.
No, we'll be asking questions. We'll just still be asking questions.
With Brooke, you'll be like, am I aroused? I'm confused.
Am I aroused? Am I aroused? Am I confused?
You're like,
No, it's more of a should I? Am I supposed to be aroused? I'm totally aroused, but am I allowed to be?
Is she insulting me?
Do I have to apologize to my wife?
Should I go rock in a corner quietly? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
yeah,
the answer is
and
yes.
I could do all the others as well, but I won't.
Fuck.
But they're all.
You want to hear a real accent? You got to get Kaiokill.
A really horrible accent. Yeah. If you want your ears to be offended, just like, why does this accent exist? Just listen to Kaiokill speak. You'd be like,
I do.
Why I've never been to Australia. I don't know.
Is it because you don't want to go
There's
down?
definitely a lot of tension in the group between the Australian accent and the English accent.
Well, they're all the same,
I'm
right?
Here for it all.
They're all the same, right?
They're just the very south of England. That's all that they are. They're
It's like,
they're real,
like the Alabama accent of
like-
the United States.
The hillbillies.
I mean, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I have an English buddy, and that's what I fucking say to him all the time. Whenever he does something wrong or messes up, I'm like, fucking Australians. And he fucking goes off every time. Fuck you, mate.
Pretty much.
Yeah, well, the one beautiful thing about, Australians, English, Kiwis, all those people, like Spencer right now. Spencer could tell us to go fuck off, go fuck ourselves, and he hates us and we're pieces of shit, but it would just sound so pleasant. Probably call us a twat.
Yeah, you could do.
I was gonna say, and he often does.
I'm probably the grumpiest in the group. Like
100%.
I am outwardly willing to express all my emotions in the group.
Crusty
I
Spencer.
don't care. Ornery is the word that was used.
Oh, I thought you said Henry.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I heard it as honored.
And I was just being a dick.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So I have no problem with that. I'm like, there's no. You don't have to guess with me. You'll know. I'll tell you.
I like
Which
that.
is great. Which I actually think is great about the group too. I think one thing that I've always really appreciated about that collective and group is that you get a lot of honest feedback. Like if you're like, oh, is it A or B? Of these people will be like, can we see C? And you're like, ouch. But like it's good. Like it pushes everybody.
Is it
in a
finished
nice way.
before I give you your feedback? You're like, I thought so. I thought it was finished.
Everybody is very nice, but everybody is really good. But I actually find that like when we're all working together, like we're all pushed in a good way. Like a lot of times, we're seeing it through our lens, like literally. And then, it's nice sometimes to have that little challenge of like, did you ever consider doing it this way? And you want to be like, okay, and then it comes out for the best and stronger. And I think everybody's eye is so good and everybody's so well intentioned and everybody really, really is there, to support each other.
Now, Brooke, is it just because that you need to stand on a ladder?
I'm okay being small in this group. Luckily, nobody really towers over me too much there.
Like you and Proteon come pretty close.
Is he a short guy?
Yeah, and he's cuddly.
He is. He's
he's Canadian, of course he is.
I can't comment on the cuddliness, but the shortness, yeah.
Have you not hugged Proteon? You're missing out.
I've never met Proteon in real life. I had no idea he was a short guy.
I must have done something because that bastard gave me COVID in New York when we were all together. So
he gave everybody COVID.
Idiot.
fucking Canadians.
That's just as a funny aside. All of us basically in the Bad Luck Club got together in New York 2 NFT NYCs ago, which was just a ton of fun, and more than half of everybody got COVID. Like, it was a big COVID fest.
I think Mike Nash was telling us he got COVID from that trip too.
So did Greg. So did Poke.
Yeah.
So did everybody. I did not. Oddly,
just because you didn't test doesn't mean you didn't get it.
She was probably the one that gave it to everybody, right? She didn't know.
I was a super spreader. I was literally with everybody. Like I was up in all of that, and for some, I just somehow survived.
I've never had it, so I can still believe it doesn't exist.
That New York.
It doesn't in Florida.
Toughness.
It doesn't in Florida,
Yeah, it never existed.
No, never did. So, funny story about that. When I got on the plane to fly to Miami, I got on up here and I sat down to these 2 little old ladies and they were wearing masks. So I had one in my pocket. I wasn't going to wear one, but because they were wearing theirs, I just thought I'd put mine on because I was sitting next to them and I felt fine. And she's like, oh, talking to me away and da 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 da, and said something about COVID or whatever. And I said, oh, well, we're going to Florida. It never existed there. And then the guy in the seat in front of me jumps up over the seat. He's like, yeah, man, no, we had it for like a month and a half, and then it was gone. It was beautiful. Meanwhile, his wife and his 3 kids were over in seats away from him, all wearing masks. And then I'm like, in my head, I'm going, where's the logic in this? What's going on here? Like,
because they probably actively had COVID.
Right? Exactly.
Yeah, he is. If they're wearing the mask, and he doesn't need to. It's a vaccine methodology, right?
Yeah, something.
If everyone else is vaxxed, I don't need to be
Sure.
vaxxed because everyone else has it.
But I thought that
How
was.
can I get it if it doesn't exist?
I thought that was entertaining. I did. I was like, not going all fucking pro negative COVID or anything here, but yeah, that was funny. I was like, okay, well, so do you guys like stay away from each other?
Nah,
when you
we're
go
about
home?
2 sentences away from being flat earthers, man.
Dude, Earth is
You go
flat.
down these rabbit holes too far.
Earth is flat. Just,
All of a sudden,
just
the
ask
Earth's flat, and
ask the people in New York.
yeah.
Well, it's funny. I avoided COVID up until the last time I was on your show, and then it turns out like I was trying to talk, and I felt like I was like death, and then I had COVID. So,
Well, you definitely can't get it through Twitter. Elon made sure of that.
well, I'll say I don't know who gave it to me, so it could have been one of you two. I don't know.
Oh, it was,
It was like the next day I tested.
well, I'm Canadian, so you probably got it from me.
I'm okay with that.
Our world,
Yeah,
our
and
world
that's my
takeover.
narrative.
And Bits talks like actually into a mic. I talk into an earpiece, so you couldn't have got it from me. My voice is going out. His is going straight to a mic where it could have come in.
And I'm
So
always,
it's okay if I start telling people that Bits infected me.
yeah, I'm always talking like Sylvester to. Did you know?
Thanks.
So interesting fact here. My little, you know how people like on the fancy microphones, they'll have the little foamy thing over them, the little puff screen thing. Honest and truly, mine is actually made out of women's nylons. Just thought I'd tell you all that.
I thought you were going to say something about how you keep condoms in your pocket so that you can cover microphones in a rainy event.
Oh, dude.
If
Nobody-
it's raining outside,
no.
you can cover the microphones up.
There was a time when I
Little
carried.
short out.
There was a time when I carried $20 bills and condoms in my wallet, but I'm old guy now, so it's doggy poop bags and like my registration for my car.
It's good to know
It's good.
where you sit,
these
like
things
where your
change.
station in life has become.
Well, where I sit is on a big stool because I have to be taller, so I'm sitting on a stool that's actually jacked up right now.
That makes me happy.
I'm gonna be the first. This is gonna be the first time Willie's gonna kick me off the show. Oh, we lost Bits.
Can't hear
No,
him.
I just you know me. I'll hand you the shovel. Let you keep digging. I don't care.
And Spencer's still here. Okay, while we're in this
Well-
moment here, I just wanted to take this, and because I was talking about the old Mike Myers skit, Simon from Saturday Night Live, and I found a good clip of it here, and I'm gonna play this for y'all, so you know what the hell I was talking about.
Okay.
5 o'clock. I hope you enjoyed all 5 hours of the All England Sheepdog Trials from Bridlington, and before that, I hope you enjoyed Hovercraft UK. And now, boys and girls, it's time to visit our little friend, Simon.
Well, you know my name is Simon, and I like to do drawings. I like to draw all day long, so come and do drawings with me. Come and do drawings with me. Hello, my name is Simon. I like to do drawings.
Sorry.
Spencer, is that you?
And it wasn't the whole thing. It was just the way you said drawings, and I just like, well, I guess that's real. The drawings, you have the R rule.
But he's
I'll say
Canadian.
this. I'll say this. Like, it is. I don't think it's that easy to do an English accent. Like when I hear a lot of people, I'm like, I know. Like when I watch films, like I like to ruin the films, and I can hear Americans doing English accents. But not only does Mike Myers do good English accents, he can do a variety of English accents, which is even like England has the craziest amount of like, because we're such a small country, there's so many different accents. Like, I don't even sound how other people in my own county sound. Like, my accent's not quite as strong as someone that lives like 15 minutes away from where I live. Or even in my own family. It's crazy. So he does, I will reflect, like, he does a good job of like English accents and multiple English accents, which is impressive and makes me proud to be Canadian.
Hell yeah, amen. Amen.
Threw me off with the Canadian part of that at the end there. That was good.
So what we've determined now is that Spencer Jackson is the milkman's boy. Because he
probably.
Yeah, right. That's what it is. Came from another county.
Yeah, or one of the milkmen's. Yeah.
Dude. So you live Spencer, being out on the West Coast there and where you are you an outdoorsy person? Do you go out and do outdoorsy stuff? Are you like a hiker, a biker?
Yeah. I do enjoy like going on bike rides. And I'm talking like long bike rides as well. Like, I was going to go on one tonight, but we carry on chatting, so I'll go tomorrow.
Oh.
But I like to do that. And we moved because my kids are actually crazy outdoorsy. They love to just be outside. They're like whatever you wanna, whatever you side with, like genders or opinions on it. Like, if there was a stereotype of boys, they fit that. Like, they eat dirt, they like rub themselves with mud, and they just like being outdoors at all opportunities. So England isn't very good at providing that, and so that was one of the considerations was for them. That there is, like, British Columbia is beautiful for that, and we get to do a lot of that and more of that than I would do on my own because of them. So yeah, we go on like hikes, we go on walks, and bike rides.
Yeah, you're definitely in the. I mean, I was born in British Columbia. I lived a good portion of my life in British Columbia. I have a cabin in British Columbia. If that's what I was gonna say. As soon as you said that they like to be out, they're that kind of kid, man. You're in the right place for it. That's for sure. Right smack dab. Yeah. If Fendel was on here too,
it is impressive.
Yeah, it's what I always tell people. Like, I'm going to tell the story again, and everybody's going to go, "Oh, poor Bits," but like, I have to go to Italy in October to DJ a wedding in Tuscany.
Oh, poor Bits.
I know, and it's like it's so costly,
That's
and
I'm close to being able to go with you.
It's so costly, and it's not when I normally go to Italy, and when I like to go to, like, I go usually in August and go for beach season and everything, and I'm like, but I brought up the other thing the other day. It's like, I've just since COVID, I've started to reconnect with the fact of that. I used to always tell people, who were, traveled out of Canada all their life and never traveled in their own country, and I'm like, you do know that people save all their lives to come, to see what we have in our backyards that we don't care for, right? Like, and it's like, yeah, so that's what I brought up the other day. But of course, everybody in the family was like, "Oh, poor you," just like Willie just did. But we have amazing shit here. Like, Canada is a fucking unreal, untouched place. Like, it seriously is. Like, European people come here because, I mean, Europe is fucking. There's been a person everywhere. Everywhere you go, you think you're on the top of a mountain and you think you're in the middle of nowhere, but you look over and there's like a goat farmer and his goats and, a tourist in a Volkswagen, sitting over there. Like, it's.
And they've both been there for 100 years.
Right? Yeah. But I love fucking Canada, man. I lived on the West Coast. I lived on Vancouver Island for a few years, and I lived in the Okanagan Central and, like, frequented the West Coast. And I mean, there's still so much of the West Coast I haven't seen that I want to go see more. I mean, I don't want to go east. That's different. Like, going to fucking Saskatchewan and being like flat prairies. Like, I don't need that. But yeah, anyways.
I want to see it all. I want to see as much as I can.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, we do enjoy just seeing just countries or sites or whatever. Like, we like to travel, which is which is part one. I am grateful that I can afford to like do what I do, and that I am still self-employed because we do it quite a lot. Oh man, like I love it. I love seeing it, and I was musing. I just completely went off. I was like, oh shit, I'm meant to be having a conversation with people. But
I do that all the time.
I don't know. There's just something about like just seeing other countries, seeing different sides. And to us, although this is our country, we go to it a lot because it's in my head. It's still a different country. It's not where I was born and raised. So I still see it as like exploring another country, but just very thoroughly.
See it with to see that country with tourist eyes.
Yeah, because it isn't the sites I was like raised in. Kind of it just become kind of desensitized to always seeing and never actually appreciating. It's like it's all new. So yeah, I've got a long list of things I see in Canada and road trips to go on.
Dude, totally. You got to come to Bits's house and sit at the backyard and.
Yeah, I think last year we did go east. Your way. Went to obviously the classic place. Went to Banff and Calgary. As far as like Medicine Hat, I think we did like a road trip.
Nice.
All over there last summer.
I'm in Calgary. Yeah. That's where I am. Banff. I can't even stand Banff anymore. I appreciate for people that have never seen it. Like I totally. Absolutely. I mean, it is Banff, but it's like I can't even stand it anymore. Well, I don't think many people would stand it anymore. I think the people that go there and say, no, it was wonderful, it's because they fucking spent so much money and they were so built up on it, and then they had to go stand in lineups to see a waterfall, and it's like, dude, there's so many better places in Canada to go these days.
We did it on a bit of a budget, but what I will say is some of the which I'm assuming are like some of the indigenous original names would not cut it in England. There is no way you'd call some of the places. They wouldn't. You'd have to change them. They just wouldn't exist in England. You couldn't do it. There was like we drove past. I mean, how I read it in my head was probably not how it's meant to pronounce, but we drove past Lake Minnewanka. I was like, nope. They wouldn't be. Yeah. You wouldn't call it Lake Minnewanka in England.
Lake Minnewanka.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, yeah, we'd all just say Mini Wanker, and then no one would ever go there again.
Did you just see what that was called?
It calls you what, mate? What?
I think that would be an absolute draw. I don't know what you're talking about.
I was going to say,
it would be if you were British, and someone said we're going to go to Lake Minnewanka, but when you're there and that's the name of your town, everyone just laughs at you and then no one goes there.
That's fair. I'm also upset. Bits, how come you haven't invited me over?
I have. You just didn't stop talking to hear it.
that tracks.
I invite everybody quite regularly. Are you not in the Telegram? Jeez. Come on. Right? I don't know. I was going to say Lake Minnewanka.
No, man, we're still running that private Discord.
Right?
We're old school, we came with Telegram. We're still on Discord.
Yeah, we're on Discord. There's three.
Maybe that's why she didn't get it.
There's 4 people in our Discord now. Me, Willie, Retro Manny, and who was the 4th one? MCXI. Oh, and Shadow Music.
It's very exclusive.
We had Shadow Music in there a couple weeks ago too. So we got 5 people. It's very, very exclusive. Totally.
Very exclusive.
I was gonna say, Spencer, Lake Minnewanka or Minnewanker, it's like that because that lake is absolutely freezing cold. So that's how it works out when you jump into it.
Oh. Yeah.
Was I stretching that one too far? I don't know.
No, I like it.
Maybe.
I love it.
I know where you're going with it, but
it is. It's an absolutely freezing lake. But yeah, that is very interesting because I do realize that, like, even when I go to Italy and stuff, like, you see some signs and, like, of course with the English language or however your language is, and you look at it and you go, whoa, really? They can just put that on a fucking sign? It's even on the map, for Christ's sakes. Google even just said it. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there's always just this childish undertone to British humor as well. Like we'll never truly get away from just the shit. Monty Python.
Right. But
There's a level in it.
I think they just released it. I think they just released some new stuff under the Monty Python name on Hulu. Actually, speaking of never getting away from it.
Yeah.
Dude. Gotta put that link up at the top, Willie. We gotta watch that after.
Okay, I am going to say
No.
good night as I'm looking at what time it is. My
No.
phone is also on 5%.
You got lots
I'm
of
hearing
time.
no. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me with empty space.
No, you gotta get up. You gotta get up with the youngins tomorrow.
Yeah, my phone is like on its last battery ounce. It's gone through LFG and now it's gone through you guys without a charge. I've been pushing it.
That's a lot of
I've got
people.
a cable.
What was LFG, like 10 minutes today?
Yeah, it was actually pretty short.
I got it
worried
like
about
20 minutes
that
late
guy.
and it was over. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Oh well. I got shit to do anyways.
I think simply he apologized for being cantankerous. His words.
Okay.
That's it. That's crazy that you listen. The two things you listen to today are like with the people that tend to talk on and on the most.
There is no accident in any of that.
Right. I guess alike people, right? Like minds.
Yeah, like attracts like.
Yeah. Opposites attract. Hell no. Samesies attract.
No, for sure. Basically, the big commonality is that all of you put up with me. Is
Hey.
actually the real truth.
Girl, and the fact that you come here and you put up with us is like that's something on its own too.
Yeah.
So you're just as
Yeah,
crazy.
I don't get it either.
You're just as whack. And I guess it says something that we feature artists that fit into this as well. That would be
That's fair.
good stuff. Okay, well you can.
It's
All
fine. You can go. I see Lily has questions.
Yeah.
So keep us on
Okay.
track.
Good night. Mwah.
All right.
That's for whichever one
Bye.
of you wants to grab it. Good night.
Night, Brooke. I got it recorded. I'll play it
Thank you for
back.
stopping in, Brooke.
Appreciate you every time.
Of course.
Every time.
Thanks for having me.
Is she gone yet? Oh, thank God.
Careful, she'll just hurt you more next time.
I love that lady.
God should never leave.
I was waiting. I thought Willie would have kicked her out a long time ago, but no, we just kept leaving her in here. Damn, Blake. How does she get in here anyways? Nobody let her up. Damn it. She's wonderful.
I did.
I still think the most amazing thing is that I pretty much stepped on Studio Brooke in Miami, and she told me to get out of the way, and I didn't even know who the hell it was. And it was funny after that, Willie's like, did you talk?
You also had no idea that there was a performance piece happening in front of your eyes that she was trying to capture on film.
Well, I did, but I thought it was
or on camera.
It's fucked up. But still, it doesn't matter. But then Willie, after we left, we were jumping in the Uber. Everybody was gone. The party was over at the grotto. And then
Willie, the first Uber or the Uber back?
No, the first Uber, not the Uber back. Yeah, Jesus. But then Willie's like, did you get to talk to Studio Brooke? And I'm like, Studio Brooke was there? And he's like, yeah, she was taking photos. And I'm like, oh my God. Like fucking I damn near walked on her and then fucking realized I thought she was crouched down, but then I realized she was standing up. So I'm like, hey, we're both this short. and then she told me to basically told me to get the fuck out of the way. It was, yeah. So we had a moment together. I guess I can say that I met her.
Yeah, unfortunately, she was kind of shooting that.
She was very
performance
that
piece,
particular
if that's what
night,
you want to call it. So we didn't really get to actually spend too much time actually talking to her there. But
well, I didn't get to spend any time with her. She told me to get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah.
Spencer, I was kind of thinking, like, is it, you have kids, Willie, kids. We've just kids came. I thought about this earlier. I kind of wanted to roll back to it because it popped into my head. But it's just like, do you ever talk to young artists and upcoming? I mean, obviously the Bad Luck Club, you guys are all very established folks doing very amazing things. Do you ever talk to up and coming artists or illustrators, if you want to call them, and do you give them advice? Do you have advice for you if young up and comers were listening? What would you say to them?
Oh, that is a good question. I don't know if I do speak to them. I do speak to a lot of artists, but I don't always ask their age. So I don't know if they're up and coming, they just started, or what. So I try, as I get older, I try to give my opinion less and wait till someone actually asks for it, because I don't know. I just kind of think, I don't know. Just like don't always think that I always give the best advice. Like sometimes I don't think it's always what people want to hear. But my advice, I think I have to be a bit more, like the question a bit more specific. Like what advice would I give them? Like for what? That would be my first question. I wouldn't like in relation to what.
Jesus, I wasn't ready for that.
Because it could be like, well,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like I don't know. I can be kind of contrary, especially when I don't know. I'm just like,
I guess
give advice on lots of things.
Yeah, but, I guess, and for me to ask you that, it's kind of a blanket question. Yeah, for sure. I totally get that. I totally get that. Do you recommend that people do you recommend that people stick with their art and support it with something else, or do you recommend that people stick with their art and try to pursue that as a life and as a monetary income? That's a horrible question.
Oh, that's a good question. And I think what my first initial response is that I don't think every hobby has to be monetized. I think sometimes putting the pressure of monetizing something you enjoy can shift it to something you no longer enjoy. So I would actually say that be careful with it, because once money becomes a factor, you kind of have to have a good grip on what you want to get from it, because money can make what you do unenjoyable. It can make it become ugly, and I think you have to have some strong like ideas of what you're going to do moving forward. Like, will I do it for this? Will I do things like in a hope that this gets me further to get more money, or where am I going to do this? Like, I always set like a base price for some stuff. Like, I never did stuff on the cheap. Like, people were just like, well, we only got up and coming. I was like, I don't care. Like, I may be up and coming in terms of doing it, but my skill is not up and coming. Like, my talent isn't up and coming. Like, I've been doing this for years. Yes, I've only just started to continue on to do it, like, commercially, but my skill isn't like brand new. Like, I haven't just been drawing. I've been drawing for years already. So I think knowing your worth, if you are going to put money into it, I think is important. And you have to adjust accordingly to that, I think, as well, because money can make like that hobby become quite complicated. And I also think that it can put unnecessary pressure on you in some cases. Like, oh, maybe I should play this a bit safer because maybe this won't be as commercially acceptable. Maybe people won't like this as much because my intent is to sell first. And you might get to miss doing a few things that are kind of true to you, or that may be even better if you don't take that risk. So that is, in terms of that, I think that to that question, that's what I would say.
Do you separate it very well for yourself? Do you have a happy medium? Do you have a definite line between your work and between your?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I feel very fortunate at the moment, and I do, and part of me thinks that it's because of the way I set it up at the start. I don't really have to compromise too much with my art. Like when people approach me to do stuff on a commercial basis, it has been pretty much like, please just keep doing what you are already doing. And so I haven't had to like
we like
separate
you
it all
because of
that
what
much.
you do.
Exactly, and that has come from creating the kind of work that I wanted to make in the first place. So doing that, I think, has always helped. Like yeah, I could go off and do other stuff that I think would have made me easy to employ or like to hire, but I don't know if I would have enjoyed that as much. So I just tried to create content that I would have been happy doing. Like I had a large body of that. So when they found me, like, oh, please make that. Like one of the coolest examples was I think it was last year. I got, and it was definitely like, oh, okay, I'm starting to get here. I was approached by Live Nation to do a concert poster. It was for an artist I'd never heard of before, but found out that
Mumford and Sons.
It was this artist called Mitski. I hadn't heard of her, but they approached me and I did a bit of research into it. I was like, okay, I'm happy to kind of like be a part of this artist. And it was nice that they just said, yeah, like do what you do. And they tried to lowball me about it. So I said, actually, they'd approached me before to do somebody else's, and they lowballed me then. And I said no. I just said no, and then they did the contract for them. But then they came back again. I had to do some other artist and asked for much more of a price. And then they were still on the lower side, but I did want to do it because I wanted to do it because it's a concert, but I also wanted to do it because it's a concert in my own town. So that the concert was actually going on in like near where I live. So I thought that combined with, I told them, I was like, well, give me some free tickets. And I felt that was sweet in the deal. So I still stuck to my ethics of like, okay, no more value, but the extra value that I got from it was that I got to see it in my own like city, here in Vancouver. So I was like, that was cool.
That must have been yeah, for sure. That must have been like super cool, right? Like in your own paper, in your own like it's your stuff is like right there in your own hood.
Okay, but wait a minute. You said that you never heard them before. So did you listen to them before you accepted the terms and before you accepted the job? Or did you just go into the concert blind?
I checked their music out. I checked their music out beforehand. I was like, no, I'm happy to kind of have my work associated with this.
Okay.
This artist. So yeah.
I think it'd be hilarious if you're just like, yeah, I'll do it, never listen to him, then just show up to the concert, never hear a single note. Only for tickets. I've never heard of them.
Sell on the ticket. Sell the ticket to somebody else. Make a bit of money on it.
Yeah, there you go.
Just keep hustling. Yeah.
That's flipping. That's OG flipping, man. It's not flipping NFTs. It's flipping tickets. People did that long before NFTs. Yeah. Right? That's cool. That is very cool.
Yeah, I think that answers your question.
Man,
that's a great question, Ben.
There's such a. I just kind of got off because I was thinking about Vancouver, like in the music scene, like back in the day when I was DJing. I spent the last 3 years of my DJ life flying to Vancouver every week and hanging out there, and then I would have lots of off time, so I would get to go and see lots of shows. And I mean, there's just a plethora of shows. Like there were so many. I don't know how it is these days for music scene, but I used to love all that, and I used to steal music posters all the time, or concert posters all the time. Like my concert poster collection literally had staples in it, like in holes in it, because that's how I would get them all the time, right? It just, to me, it made it more authentic. It's like, you could usually buy it at the show, or if you knew where it was printed, you probably get one, or you could buy it at one of the, the many stores in Vancouver that sells that kind of stuff. And it's like, no, it was more important to me to take it off of the billboard or the telephone pole as carefully as I could, and then it was more important in my collection. So it just kind of brought back an old memory, for sure.
No, that is a cool memory.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just gonna butt in because y'all run out. Give me a space. Otherwise,
I was just gonna ask you, Lily. I was just gonna ask you, Lily.
Take it.
Shoot
Take
it.
Take control.
Shoot, lady, shoot.
Well, I got a lot of notes here from the whole show, the whole of the show. First of all, I want to know what is the age that you can no longer play with Legos? I mean, that was like, well, is there supposed to be some kind of cutoff age? And if so, I've never been informed of this, and I may need therapy.
I mean, it's not an age that you have to, but it's an age where, when I grew up in England at school, that if you wanted to kind of survive in school, that even like, okay, maybe don't keep playing with Lego because they will just like, you'll just be like exiled or as outcast if you are seen. I think it was like the age of like 13. I was like in my teens.
It wasn't cool, and this wasn't socially acceptable at a certain age. But now, like since
I can
since
play
the
it
advent
now.
of Pokemon and Magic the Gathering and all this stuff that and people playing that into their 40s and 50s, those kind of social norms, I think, have pretty much gone out the window.
For sure. So yeah, it was early teens was the time where it became no longer socially safe to play.
I'm sure I'm older
Lego.
than all of you all. Well, I don't know if I'm sure, but I'm reasonably sure. So I don't know. I think probably then it's starting to come together. Somebody gave me a bunch of Legos when I was about 12 or 13. They probably had outgrown them and were passing them on. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that was something. I love the saying. I need a T-shirt that says a rich history of violence. I mean, that was a really good one. I don't know why. It's really a rich history of violence got me.
Yeah, you have to, like, I don't know, either just appreciate that your country is riddled with like really violent stuff, or just be scared of it forever, or just like embrace it. But yeah,
I was applying that to myself.
Make light of it. It's easier.
I was applying that to myself personally. Like somehow or another, I want to like make a poem now or write a song or something about my rich history of violence. I mean, it's just it just writes itself, doesn't it? I don't know. I'm not drunk, I promise. I haven't even had a coffee. I'm having coffee. I'm just
No, please. If you do, I want to hear it. Send it to me.
Okay, if I do, I'll send it to you. I'm over here wading through data, so my brain is a little scrambled. But I also, the whole topic about moving kids, whether, like, oh, we can't move after the kids are in school. Okay, hogwash. The best thing you can ever do for your kids is to move at least 3 times during their childhood. Yeah, that's the minimum amount of times you should be moving during your kids' childhood. Make them switch schools, make them make new friends, because kids, it's shown, there's tons of study that show that kids that are well traveled, so if you're not moving, at least travel, and B, that have had to move and adapt and relearn things, are much more secure, adaptable people who easily make friends. So I'm going to take the opposing view that the other people in the room seem to have on that one.
Go for it. I mean, I'll cover it with space. I'll cover the. I'll try it by traveling, which is what we've been doing a lot more of. Yeah. I just remember as a kid, I didn't ever really want to leave, but yeah. It wasn't like a super ethical choice, just like convenient as well. So.
Lily, I see what you're saying, and I do get that. But as a child who did move basically every 3 years of his life, it's, I guess, definitely earlier in your life, it's probably better off. Later in your life, it sucks. Like in elementary school, it probably, I can honestly say it likely didn't matter or have huge implications as it did until I got older. When I was into my teen years, it wasn't a great thing. So I guess there definitely has to be a point, I think. But I've
I
just,
don't know. I mean, maybe my kids are screwed up then because they would.
Yeah.
I mean,
See, I mean, I just to the point of me, like with what happened with me in my particular situation. I mean, I always had my sister, so that was the one thing we were always very happy for, is that whenever you went to a new place, at least, I had a sibling, and we worked around things. We could at least hang with each other for a little bit until we made friends or whatever. But I found that when I got older, it just became very monotonous. It became tiring. And I found that the bonds and the relationships that I was making with people when I got older were way harder.
Fleeting?
Were way harder. Well, I thought they were way harder to separate from, right? Like, and then eventually, like my sister, well, she hasn't actually said it, but I mean, for me, what I found eventually was the last few times we moved is like I just didn't really try hard to make friends, because I was like, well, we're going to be fucking out of here in a couple years anyways, so what the hell does the difference make, right?
Maybe it has to do with your personality then. Like, because I'll tell you.
Maybe that's why we're such good friends, is because he knows that anywhere in the country he moves to, I'll still be there.
I still got Willie. I still got Willie. I still got Lily. I still got
Tuesday.
Jay. I still got, now Spencer Jackson now, and as long as he answers my DMs,
I think, Lily, it's one of those things that's like coffee and wine science, right? Every year you can find a new article that says it's good for you and one that says it's bad for you. So, I think it's one of those,
maybe
it's very, I think it's very personal thing, and
maybe
and you never really know. Like, it's not personal to, I mean, it could be personal to the parents, but it's maybe personal to those individual children too, right? Like, one child may be great because they moved 3 times. One child may be a nightmare because they moved 3 times.
And
like, you never know.
Another one could be hosting a Tuesday Space every week.
with somebody who'd never moved once, who's only moved 3 times in his entire life, a block away from each other.
Well,
Willie gets his mail sent to his parents'
house.
We're
homeschooled, and that might have had a different effect. But they do have friends that they've had since they were very young. I mean, probably like 3rd grade-ish on, that they still are friends with to this day. So, I mean, as far as having like those long-term relationships and stuff, I don't know. I think it has a lot
with
to do
technology now. It's my kids moving in their growing up would be a lot different than me or Bits moving in our growing up.
That's facts.
Because you can still connect with friends that you've made previously.
But by the way, I think you Americans are supposed to say this is not parental or children rearing advice. Right?
In this case, it is.
Oh, okay.
My kids turned out great, so go for it. No, I'm just kidding.
What were your other notes that you had as well?
I've got more. Bits, you sound much taller than 5'5". I'm not going to believe that until I see you.
I'm 5.
Well, I've met him, but that's how I felt about Proteon.
I'm 5'6".
Okay, that I believe it, because I'm 5'6", and you have to be at least as tall as me. You just sound at least that tall.
Well, I got a good.
But Bits has when Bits walks into a room though, he's got the energy and personality of someone who's at least 5'6.5".
That's right.
Like, he really just commands a room.
I can see that. I mean, come on.
I love you, Willie. That was the best. That was a great compliment. All right.
Cool. That was a good one, huh?
Cool.
All right.
Okay, and then the whole conversation, and I'm not picking a side here, because you got in this whole conversation about supply and demand and like keeping your supply low and all that kind of stuff. And so here, let me just say, Da Vinci officially only did 20 paintings in his entire life, but Picasso did 147,800 artworks. So, each to their own. Like, do you?
That's what I'm talking about. Those are the numbers.
So
I want to be reaching for.
What you're saying is back to what I said earlier about we've really only seen, the 2 ends of that spectrum. We've never really seen the middle. You're kind of just like confirming what I'm saying. It's either one or the other.
Those are the 2 samples that came to mind, because I don't know every artist that ever was popular in the history of time, but I know Da Vinci. I mean, he's done a lot of drawing and sketches and stuff that were never meant to be quote unquote artworks. They were meant to be scientific studies and other, like just doodles and stuff. But officially, his paintings, like he intended to be artworks, there's only 20 of them. So when you look at it like that, you're thinking, wow, that's not very many really over the course of his lifetime. But then you hear about the Picasso story and 147,800 plus, and they're valued. I mean, if you find a Picasso, it's still worth something, no matter if it was one of his least time-consuming ones or one of his most time-consuming ones. It's still, they're still valued. But
my favorite of the single line animal drawings. So
yeah. But were they in his time? Not all of them, but today certainly.
Hey, Spencer.
I think the real point there is that both have success in them. Like both methods, both ways of looking at it. You can find success either way.
Right.
Really matter.
Facts.
You might have a different road than the person standing next to you, and that's okay.
Hey, Spencer, with your older stuff, would it even be possible if you had the time and the power to do so? Would it be possible for you to ever mint that old stuff, or do you get rid of things like that? Do you delete files?
No, but I don't. No, I keep everything. I've got stuff on the cloud which is like even everything. Like I have enough like 2 collections of what I could just drop if I finished them. But I haven't figured out a way to completely finish them. But I don't think I would mint unless I had like a certain reason for it. I wouldn't be like right next week I'm minting one of my very first pieces. And if I did, I'd feel like the right thing to do would be to give it away. I wouldn't like charge people because I don't know. I feel like
I volunteered to take it.
Right, exactly.
I would just make like I would just like make an open edition. I don't know. I feel like, again, I don't even know where this comes from, but knowing that I like already made like technically like an NFT start on stuff like this is the Genesis pieces or whatever, like to then go back to older pieces that were before I minted that first piece would feel weird to me, and I probably wouldn't be as proud of them because I feel like I'm happy with my newer stuff. So I'd be like weird about like trying to charge people for it.
That's kind of interesting because
keep moving forward. Sorry, Bill.
No, I was say you said keep moving forward, which is a good vibe. But I was also thinking, is that shit? I lost my train of thought.
Well, I've got a train. While you find that,
hit it.
So you said something at the beginning of the space about maximizing NFTs, and I think this is a good time to bring up that question of like how do you feel, or what do you feel your process for maximizing the NFT part of your art is?
It's a few things. I don't think it's just one thing, but I think the experience of one, like having an opportunity, like whenever you make NFTs, because it's digital, and when it's on the blockchain, to always be animated, like doesn't matter like what platform or what app it's in, whether the app accepts videos, like some or some doesn't, like being able to like put what I had done and add that, what I feel is like another layer to it by having motion in them, was able to like more precisely convey the kind of mood or the point, or even sometimes they're not even like a topic, it's just trying to convey how I feel. I feel like having the motion in that helps me to do that. And sometimes like with my open edition, it was a little while ago, but trying to just creating like different opportunities for people to kind of like, in that sense, it's like pick and choose, like which one do you kind of connect with more. Like I put 2 out at the same time, and I feel like giving people that opportunity to like make the decision themselves, so they kind of, I see it as like they voted which one they connected with more,
although it ended up being quite even.
So
But just allowing people to,
did you put any kind of restriction on those as far as like you could only pick one, you could only buy one, or?
No, I gave people the option to have both, and I incentivized getting both because like completing it would fulfill like what I had in my head. Like by doing that, I'm going to reward you because if you see the end of this journey out with me of what I had in mind, I will like reward you with. They were like, and I'm still doing it now. Like that was the last time I charged people. So far, I've just given the last 2, maybe 3 pieces have been free off of those pieces, because that's what I kind of had promised people that I would give to them if they commit.
I need to go back to find those pieces.
Yeah, the open editions are closed now, so you have to try and put an offer in. But anyways, yeah, so it's like, having those opportunities and seeing like different ways for people to interact with my art, do those things, I think is more unique to NFTs than if I was to like make them, print them, and then just have them in like a gallery, like I have in like a small gallery that I have in here in Vancouver. I don't know, like I don't feel like it's the same things. It's separated from me. If I printed it and I've just left it there in the store, the only way I'd find out is through the sales. Whereas I like being able to like feel like I'm part of it. Like I see the mints coming through, I see people responding and retweeting and doing all those sorts of things. Like I feel like it's more of an experience than just making the art and just leaving it be in a store or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a real super cool advantage.
Sorry, go ahead, Ben.
I just said it's a real super cool advantage that we've talked about it before. That's for anybody that mints nowadays and does NFTs. It's something that no past artist ever had the advantage of ever having. They never got to have that instant gratification that Spencer just described there, that you can see the mint happening. You can write and see the interaction and see what it creates and see the tweets go out. Like back in the day, it was, you may meet the person in the gallery when you're having a showing that buys your piece, but that's it. Once it goes into their house, it likely is going into the ether and you'll never know again, right?
Yeah, like I've done exhibitions here and I've sold pieces and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like I feel really good that I sold that someone picked it up, but like, I don't know. I don't know why they bought it. I don't know where it is. I don't know what they've done with those pieces since, or, you don't always know with NFTs, but I feel like it's more a personal connection because I was like, yep, I never found out. They did it and it went through the gallery and that's it. Like,
oh, shit,
that's the end of. Goodbye.
We got to go to those West Vancouver thrift stores and find some fucking Spencer Jackson pieces.
In the back
for
$1.
Is there thrift stores in West
now
Van?
a small gallery that you have in town? Are you meaning you, or are you meaning you own a gallery in town, or or there is a small gallery in your
There is
town?
a small gallery in Vancouver that sells my art.
Oh, okay, so I'm glad I clarified that because I also wasn't picking up on that they were selling your art as well. So that's really cool.
Yeah, that'd be sweet if I owned my own gallery. Bit of hella hectic to do, but no, they sell like my prints and stuff.
That's dope. That's totally dope.
Speaking of galleries, I feel it remiss if we don't mention that because quick mention. Chris Truman has a showing in a gallery in Seattle right now. So if anybody wants those details, they can DM me because I can't seem to find them right now in my DMs. But
you can DM me because I would go. It's only like an hour and a bit, maybe 2 from me.
I'll for sure shoot them to you. He's heading up there on Thursday there's like for the party opening part this weekend, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's been open, but there's like I don't know what to call it, maybe the showing party kind of thing. But he'll be up there this weekend too, so you can actually meet with him.
What city? I'm sorry, I missed the city.
Seattle.
In Seattle.
that's on the other side. Dang it. Okay.
I found it. You sent it to me as a screenshot, but I found it. So it's Winston Watcher in Seattle, Washington is the name of the gallery. But yeah, we'll get this. I'll get the details down and throw that out. Good mention, Willie. We forgot about that. See, things we forget about at the beginning of the show.
Well, I remembered it like halfway through the show, and I was like, oh, it's supposed to mention at the top of the show. I wanted to mention that at the top of the show, but it's talking about galleries, that area.
The business hours of the Winston Watcher Gallery are Tuesday to Friday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., Saturday, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., and it's free and open to the public. Thanks so much.
Did I send you the part where? Do you have the part where Chris says when he's going to be there too?
No. He just says, yeah, the reception is on the 15th, and he'll be there for the reception.
Okay.
So there you go. Seattle's only like 10 hours for me.
There you go.
It's actually fucking quicker for me to get to Seattle from Calgary than it is to drive to Vancouver. Oddly enough.
There you go.
And they're damn near the same distance.
Y'all should go out there and have a nice little meetup with Fendel and everybody.
Nope, I'm going to
Fendel and Chris Truman.
I'm going to the cabin this weekend to put my phone down and not fucking do any of that kind of stuff. So low stress,
man.
Low stress.
Me too.
I wanted to mention a little while ago. I didn't want to cough my lung up here. Hang on. All right, shut it off there. Spencer, I totally we haven't actually chatted in DMs in a couple of weeks, but I wanted to mention to you too that, anytime you got to tap out, man, and you got to go out and ride your bike or go hiking or, get a latte, hit a Starbucks, whatever people do on the West Coast, man, you can totally bounce out. I should have said that to you long ago, but I think, you were here for
I know. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'll probably have to go in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Before, no, we're good.
Yeah, no, I was going to say too, and also we always say that to people, but it's also too, you're adults and everybody can figure out their own way to get the fuck out of a space if they...
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, true enough, man. True enough. No, for sure.
I had one more thing. I joined the Bad Luck Chad Club. I was a member of that on the Discord. I didn't know they moved over to Instagram or what did you say? Telegram?
Oh, we didn't. No, we didn't. We're all the kind of collective thing, and that the free art that we were giving to people is on the Discord. The Telegram is what we as that's where it started off before. So that's us just talking there.
That's just the artist in there talking amongst themselves. It's not public facing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I was part of that group, but I guess I was never part of that.
You're part of the Discord group, but not the Telegram one. You're not. It's not for normies. It's all good.
It's not for normies. Oh, wow. Oh.
I'm just joking.
Ow. So much pain.
That's a good...
There's a minimum ETH floor.
If you take offense to that, then you haven't been in the Discord chat for very long.
Hey, there's nothing going on in the Discord. What are you talking about?
I know.
I haven't got one piece of art. I bought the thing. I've been hanging
dormant.
But I'm not on Ethereum. I'm just playing with you. I'm not. I mean, I have some art over there. Nobody's ever looked at it. So, I took most of it off there. But yeah, no, I'm just teasing you.
Good.
But yeah. No, if I got that, my feelings hurt that easy, I wouldn't be here still. Gosh. Okay.
Hell no.
Well, are they going to come back to the Discord at some point and do anything, or is that pretty much given up?
No. I have. Look, they've been doing the Bad Luck Club in one form or another since 2019. That's where it started off. So no, I think I have some ideas actually how we can reform it. I just need to have some free time where I'm not traveling or doing an intense amount of work to have a conversation with a few of the people in the group to do it. So that's what it requires.
All right. Well, I'll hang around there, I guess, and see what happens.
Please do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't deleted the Discord yet. That's for sure. I probably like the reason Lily is asking. I'm a collector and member, and and just would love to see some more artwork come out of that and come out of, you know.
Yeah, same. I'm like, we made sure we delivered on what we said for season 1, and then when it came to like trying to figure out season 2, it just became.
Yeah, what was the promise for season 1? Because I never got anything.
Well, I truly had bad luck and never got hit on anything.
Oh, is that how it worked? I just had bad luck. I didn't understand. I guess I didn't understand the process. I don't know.
Yes, that was so. Everyone that owned one of the tokens was in with a chance to own it, and everybody that entered was put in and rolled to be with a chance to mint for free. Essentially, like that was it. Like we had a different approach to it. Like we don't. None of our stuff was put a price on.
Well,
we did it for the community.
But we are talking about, you know, for people that may be down there listening that don't know, or maybe listening to the recording, we are talking about artists with very high E floors and very limited edition pieces that you were going to be able to mint for free.
Yeah, and some people
like
that didn't do editions. Yeah,
you know, Laser Lou usually goes for like a 1 to 2 E kind of thing, and you might have had a chance to mint a free one.
Mm-hmm. And that's the way we thought it was like. Yeah, it felt like opposite to everything everyone else was doing. It was fun, and it kind of fitted what we did. Like, yeah, everyone had a chance, but there were people that if you bought more chads, you could increase your luck. But there was no one that was ever guaranteed, which we said up front. There was no one was guaranteed or promised that you'd have a piece. You just better luck and better chance of it. So that was it. Everyone it's like a lottery holder. Yeah, everyone that had a ticket.
Correct me if I'm wrong, by all means, but there were no traits or anything associated with the initial buy, so that like it wasn't like, oh, if you got this trait on the initial mint, then you had a higher percentage. It was purely about like if you bought 10 of them, then you could burn those down to a higher trait kind of thing, right?
Yes, that was it. Every one of those was just like a ticket. It's like you had an entry, but some of them equaled more entries, so you had a higher chance. But even then,
yeah. So everyone had an equal advantage at the onset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was again another.
I loved it. I mean,
another fun. It was another fun mechanic that was brought to you by the ability of blockchain, right? Like it can only work that way. I think with blockchain tech. That made it fun.
I mean, you probably could do it without blockchain, but it'd be really difficult.
Well, maybe you could. It wouldn't be as easy. Yeah, it wouldn't be as easy or as smooth.
Yeah, it'd be super difficult.
Yeah, like maybe it was possible, but not to that standard. So yeah, I would like to do something else in a similar vein. I still want to do it. I want to come back and start doing my own spaces again. Like that's where I would say yes. I love doing them. And we'd have similar long formats as well. We would just chat for hours, but it became more difficult with everyone's timeline. Like, especially because we had Cloakhill, who's in Australia. He was like living in the future the whole time. Like it was like the next day, and he was supposed to be working, and he still would take a few hours out to do it with us. So we have to figure a new way out.
Yeah, we've run into that too with having to pre-record with some people because like. Some people you're like, well, I'm in Australia, but yeah, no problem. I can do it whenever. And then you get other people that are like, man, I got to fucking work. That's like 1 PM for me. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'd swap around times as well, do those things. But yeah, cool. We need to figure something out. I still want to do it.
That's neat. I still love hearing that stuff. I mean, people's minds are working, and it's learning how to use all of this shit to do things and having the time to actually create these things and see them through too. I'm gonna have to ask you this right now. I've heard it a few times through this space. Like you're one of those people that never sleeps, right?
I do stay up later than what's probably healthy. Yeah.
Yeah. We're all like, when do you get a chance to, pee?
On the go when I'm standing up.
On the go. Piss
There have been times. Yeah.
I've even thought up like inventions of how I could just like piss on the go.
Well, it'd be like the truckers. You got to drink a bottle of water, but you got to keep that bottle of water for when you got to take a piss. Right? So you piss in the bottle.
Yeah, my one was like, I hadn't figured out the female version, but the male version was something like a funnel that had a massive hose attached to it, so it'd go down your trouser leg, and then you could just like pee in public and stand like on a patch of grass or something, and the little hose bit would just like come out your trouser leg, and you could just like pee onto the grass.
Oh, it's called. It's there. There is a female version also. Damn it! What the hell's the name? It just slipped my mind.
No, but it doesn't have the hose. But it doesn't have the hose that goes to the ground. But the female version would.
Oh yes, it does.
Does it?
Oh yes, it does.
Oh
they
shit.
both do.
How do you know, Willie?
Because I'm a well-traveled man. I didn't need to move to be well-traveled and know
well
things.
Cultured.
Well-cultured and well-traveled. Yeah.
Well cultured
in the name of it,
though. The deserts of California.
Cultured in the rednecks, Alabama, and truck drivers and whatnot.
Facts that.
Shit, what the hell's the name of it? I'll think of it. Damn it. But anyways, yeah, there are versions out there. Check your RV supply stores and your Bass Pro Shops. They usually carry them. A good truck stop on the I-70. That'll have them.
I think Willie's getting kickbacks from these companies. I think now.
I mean, at that point, why don't you just get a catheter and be done with it?
Oh, gee, oh,
that's painful.
That hurt.
No, catheter shouldn't be painful. It shouldn't
Taking
be.
them out isn't it?
I don't. I mean, I had a couple of babies and had a catheter a couple of times. They weren't painful. I don't know. Maybe they are for men. I don't think they are for women. I don't know.
It's the whole. Oh,
but,
now.
Listen,
So for anybody that's eating, dinner,
if you have any kind of funnel or device hooked up down there, and you're sitting in a car driving, I don't care. Like if it pulls the liquid away from you, I mean, maybe for a man it would be better, but like a woman's going to be sitting in, and that all is not going to be dry down there. That would not be. No, I don't think that would be a good idea. I don't know.
I was being purely selfish and just thinking of my own needs. That's what I was doing.
Well, yeah.
I think I'll take the 30 seconds and go to the restroom.
Hey, man.
That's my plan.
Well,
sometimes you can.
Yeah. You've not been to Europe a lot because, for some reason, a lot of European countries do not like to have public toilets available. So,
not even that. Yeah. Lily, let me just invite you out on the boat with my dad. Yeah, there's no getting off the boat for 8 hours. No. There's no getting off to pee.
You don't have to. Just lean over the side. Depends on what side of the boat is, I guess.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's too cold for that.
My mom.
Absolutely.
Your dad sounds delightful.
He is, unless he's fishing. And then he's very serious about his fishing.
Oh man, I tell you, there's got to be a clip show one of these times. We got to go through all of these episodes and all of these spaces and pick those moments where we go, how did we start talking about that?
Seriously.
At least
I feel like, I don't know. I know at what point we got to this and where it detracted, because you was asking about how much I slept. And I decided to answer with and I'm thinking about a way of how I can just pee in public and no one knows. So I feel like I'm the one to blame for this.
Yeah, we can blame that one on Spencer. We're good. All right, I'll write that down. Blame this one on Spencer. We got this. No problem. Okay, it was Spencer's fault. Cool, man. That's all right. If it's the guest of honor, we got this. So what have you got?
Things detract.
Yeah, it's your show, man. I'm just hosting it.
Before you end up taking off, what do you got? What do you think for the future? I mean, just sleep first and then think about it later. Do you have any kind of a timeline for anything in the NFT world?
Yep. So I have the final kind of piece to burn, part of the burn mechanic of the open edition that I need to finish off. And I have a ton of half-finished pieces that I'd started before. So I went away to England, came back like a week or two ago, and I'd half finished them, and I got really pissed off with them because I couldn't finish them. So I need to come back to them soon, and now those will be my new pieces. But one thing I have actually been thinking about doing, which would be kind of a departure from all the stuff that I've been doing. It's kind of surreal, and I don't know where it came from, but the other night I just thought I'd like to make, and I think this would make Lily happy actually. I'm actually wanting to make a overtly violent small series of one-on-ones. I don't know how far that goes or where that goes, but still within my color palette. But I had this urge to kind of I don't know, just depict some quite intense scenes. If that doesn't sound too
I mean, you want to
talk
about trying to get a feel for what people like and what people don't like. That's a great way to do it, because if you run them as auctions, you'd be like, oh, I didn't think people would really like this one, but this one sold for way more than the last one, whatever,
Yeah, I probably would. I like there'd be one-on-ones, and again, just see how it goes. I'd make a small. I'd have to do them all because I have to have them all set before I did the series, because I'd want to take a different approach to them. I'd have to have this, and 3 or 5. I'd have them all set, and I'd just auction them off weekly or whatever. But I'd have them all up front so people would know. And I could maybe even free myself up to even talk about them or something like that, because it'd be a big departure from the stuff I normally do. That sounds quite literal and a bit more intense. So yeah, that's been on my mind. I'm it keeps coming back, so maybe I have to visit it a bit more.
All cool stuff. Liking it. Keep us in the loop.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and let us know. Let us know when you have real world gallery showings too and stuff like that. We're all about helping just get the word out and doing what we can on our side to tell people what's going on out there.
Is that going to? Oh, I'm sorry. Was that going to be on Ethereum or Tezos, or something on both? Maybe, I don't know.
I haven't even figured any of it out. I haven't done anything on Tezos in a long time. So if it was, I feel like most people know me for my stuff on Ethereum. That's where I am. But I might do something a little bit more scrappy as well on on Tezos, because that's my go-to. I just want to get some other ideas out.
I want to tell you about something, Spencer, because I think you would like it. I hope. I hope you will join in anyway. So we're going to have the 3rd annual Fear for Tez in October, and I hope you'll make some kind of special piece for that event. I think it'd be really cool to have you. So the Fear for Tez has always been centered around Friday the 13th. I don't know if you've heard of it before or not, but this year we have Halloween and Friday the 13th in the same month.
For real? I'm pretty certain I'd be into that, because I haven't done anything like that up to this point, but I do have a great love for the month of October. And even the Friday the 13th movies are probably my personal favorite horror franchise, just because it's the craziest one of them all. Just go out there.
The people of Tezos really love that event. They love that. It's all about the dark, scary, creepy stuff, and it just seems like we can't get enough of that over here. So, but I
have it recorded. It's it can be played back. I'm into it. Yeah, hit me up. I'll do it.
Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with Teztown, Spencer?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I am proud to say I have stuff that was minted on the Hick et Nunts contract.
or however you pronounce it. That's how familiar I am with the Tezos.
No,
side of stuff.
are you familiar with Tez Town?
Oh, Tez Town. Well, there you go. There's your answer.
Yeah. Lily's
I just answered it.
Our Tez Town representative. They do a lot of great stuff for the Teslas community. Like from the Fear First.
So yeah, definitely get in touch and maybe you guys.
And Lily's a standard artist, so she's pretty terrible at promoting her own stuff.
Classic.
I am terrible at promoting my own stuff, but I am the founder of Tez Town, so thank you very much, guys. Gee willikers. No, but yeah, we've been around for since Hickok Nook was a baby, but we were first Tezo's community events, and we rebranded in early 2022 to Tez Town. So I don't know anyways, we do a lot of fantastical stuff. So come check us out sometime if you get a chance.
All right, yeah, send me some links.
It's all about the links. All about the links.
Oh yeah, like pretty much. I don't know. Shit, let's search and stuff, so I can't.
Absolutely.
There's not a link to it. It'll take me too long, and I'll forget, and I'll get distracted by some other flashing light on my desk.
That's right. Shiny stuff. It's all about the shiny
stuff. Did you say the word tarot flash earlier? I have a reason why I'm asking. Spencer.
I don't think I asked anything about
no. Did you say tarot at all?
Nope.
Okay, I totally misheard you then. I don't know what you said, but when you said tarot, But
he didn't say that.
What?
I said, but he didn't say it.
When I thought sorry, you're right, Vince. When I thought I heard you say the word tarot, I was thinking, yeah, I do see some tarot card style in your artwork, but you didn't say that, so no. I must just be
it's getting late for you
in your artwork.
It was like I had
what?
What's weird was I had discussed with someone like a friend a while ago to do a Kickstarter tarot card deck, but then they never came through with their end of it. Like they were going to supply me with like the bits of information for like what each card meant, the key things to kind of like the symbolism of which parts. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. I'll be tied up my tree to do, but she never did, so we never did it. Short story.
And a true story. Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to take it at face value. Maybe it wasn't a true story. I don't know.
No, it was. Yeah, they were like, this would be great, Kickstarter. Like, it'll be cool. Like, I've bought loads of Kickstarter, like tarot card decks. I was like, sweet, let's do it.
Do people even do Kickstarters anymore?
Oh yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I bought one. Well, actually the only one. But yeah, I bought one from somebody. In a similar thing, actually, there's another NFT artist who I know, Canadian, and it wasn't a tarot deck, but it was like a oracle deck. So yeah, I bought one of their ones. And it was under like a Kickstarter thing, so I have their deck of Oracle cards. Pretty sweet. NFT artist called Fox Kill Deer. I think he's more of your way as well.
I've never heard that.
I can send you his little link.
Sure.
If you're interested, yeah. Another Canadian artist as well.
Absolutely, I absolutely am. And I'll judge whether I like it or not later. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Kickstarters. I mean, I guess I just remember that, I don't know, 10 years ago, even maybe even less. But it used to be a very common thing. Like, it used to always be in my face. Like, there was Kickstarters everywhere, and then now I don't really see them anymore. I bought a Kickstarter. I bought a mini keg. It fits a growler's worth of beer, and then you put the CO2 cartridges in them, like for like making whipped cream or like, BB guns or whatever. But yeah, so you can take it. You can either fill it up with a growler that you buy, or you can usually take it to microbreweries and they'll fill it up for you. But then, like a growler, once you buy a growler of beer, like it dies for anybody that's ever drank them. You have to drink them like right away. You can't fucking keep them, and especially once you open them, they just become flat. So this one, you put the CO2 cartridges in it, and you can like have a couple of glasses of beer over a few days that you can enjoy. Not that I've ever had it last over a couple of days, so I don't really know what the point of it is.
Right.
Those filthy casuals out there.
Yeah, I just don't even know. So yeah, that was the one kick. I bought it. I was like so impressed with it, and then I'm like, well, I pretty much drink this growler, within the day, within a couple hours. So this $250 was a waste. Yeah. Anyway. Well, Kickstarters. Maybe we should have a Kickstarter.
Why not?
It worked for me. I mean, it worked on me. So I don't know.
And me too.
If we did a Kickstarter, what would we what's our thing?
No, that was right as I said that, Lily. I even said that, and right as I was saying it, I was like, well, I have no ideas for a Kickstarter, so why am I even saying this? But we could brainstorm.
I got a million ideas. Probably none of them are good though.
We're still working on getting the terrorists down there to Mintar 1 year for us, so that we can send that out to people for free. We can't even get stuff sent out to people for free, let alone sell shit.
That's how we roll around here. That's how we roll.
Right, dude. I'm gonna have to go because I haven't got the device set up yet, so I'm gonna have to go pee. But yeah, I'm gonna go on that note.
It was nice to meet you, Spencer.
Yeah, and you, Lily. Thanks for just like hanging out the whole damn time, hearing my drivel for the whole time. I appreciate it.
I'm here every week, and they always make me wait till the last possible second to bring me up. They're always like, maybe she'll just go away quietly.
Well, I tell you what, you guys can fight for my spot next week, because I don't know if I'll make it on time. I may not show up till about 8 o'clock.
Well, damn.
So
okay, well that means Spencer has to. That means Spencer has to come back then and cover that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, if you just want to get in spaces, come back and co-host a bit next week.
All right. Well, let's
a little bit.
Yeah, I'll help you. I'll help you for a bit for sure.
All right. Well, let's let him go take a pee. I couldn't
Cheers,
go.
Dudes.
I couldn't go pee tonight either because I lost my one phone, so I had to stay here tethered to my cord. But thanks a lot, man. We appreciate you giving us your time. Have a good night. And
it's been great chatting with you. Thanks for hanging out.
All right. Peace.
See ya.
Man, it was impossible to get rid of him too tonight. Like he's like Studio Brook. He just kept fucking hanging out.
No, I love it, man. I mean, I love that.
There was some.
We say it all the time. That's how we get into some really good stuff.
There was some urgency there.
If he had left after the first hour, we don't talk about Hugo Boss. That doesn't get mentioned in the first hour. Right. So we don't get into all that good stuff.
Hell no. Or like Lake Mini Wanker.
Or like Mini Wanker, yeah. Yeah, you don't get that without.
No, that was good stuff. That was fun. That was enjoyable. Spencer Jackson. Boom. And I totally had forgotten when you had gotten him. Or no, it was me. I was talking to him first, wasn't I? It was a back and forth.
Yeah, I think it was you.
Yeah, that's right. When he was on vacation. I forgot because he had mentioned that. He was on vacation. That's right. Now I remember how this went. I don't know where I was going with that story, but yeah, he was on vacation for the longest time. We booked him while he was on vacation. He still had like 3 weeks of vacation left. It's like, shit. Well, I guess he probably just...
Oh, that's my kind of vacation. Wowee.
Right? Damn, be my kind of vacation too. I don't know where I was going.
Apparently he was on vacation in your neck of the woods.
No, I think he said this time he was back home.
Oh, that was a different vacation.
Yeah, I think this time he said he was back home. Jay says 100%. Jay's listening to us. He knows.
Okay.
Yeah,
Jay's probably listening better than I am tonight. I got screaming kids in my background. I'm trying to avoid thugs on bikes in my neighborhood because I'm trying to avoid my screaming kids in my backyard.
What did you
that
say?
Was it today?
Slugs on bikes? What?
Thugs.
Oh, thugs.
Thugs.
What kind of fucking shit you putting in the water that the slugs are riding bikes? Man.
Yeah.
That's some and slugs in the desert? I don't know. That sounds like a West
we
Coast thing to me.
Yeah, we get slugs. We're not that desert, man.
Dude.
We have sprinkler systems.
You're not totally hillbilly. Well, goddamn.
We're not the Egyptians. We're the Romans. We have canal systems of irrigation.
Fuck. Yeah, true enough. I guess so. Not totally hillbilly. Man, my phone, I just realized, because I didn't have two phones today. That's why I'm totally under the WX8BK today, because I left my other phone in my toolbox at work. And I just remembered that again. I just realized my phone just flashed up at 5%. I've never gotten this new phone down to 5% in my life. Well, in the 3 months I've had it in my life.
Yeah, and you weren't even in an LFG today.
Nope. Well, it's crazy. But I had to run it the whole show through this. Like usually I let the screen on this phone like go dark and sit there. And I only use it when I go to get more wine, a drink of water, have a pee, or let the dog out. So tonight I left the back door open so the dog could go in and out while he wanted, because I couldn't take this phone away from everything I had it plugged into. And so yeah, like wine, I literally like cranked it up so that I could hear through my headphones. I could hear people talking, and I ran into the kitchen and I could just barely hear if there was conversation going on. And then I came back in like really quick. And then I'm like, fuck, what did I miss? But I was really fast. I was only missing like 20 seconds at a time, and I only did it. Well, the second time I went out to get a glass of wine, I actually brought the bottle with me.
You don't just bring the bottle in there with you?
No. Normally I don't, because that's kind of the thing. It just gives me a reason to stand up. And I mean, I do stand up through the show quite often. I'm not like you, Willie. Like you're totally like bipedal the whole time. But yeah, no, I usually leave the wine out there because it's kind of like the whole, bringing the whole cooler down to the beach with me and putting it next to me. It kind of like doesn't let me have breaks where it's like, hey,
yeah, you're just gonna sit there and drink nonstop,
right?
You're not gonna, if you have to go get it, you're like, do I really need another glass right now?
Yeah,
I gotta go up and get it. All right, give me a second. I will in a second.
Exactly. Or if I go up and get it, can I make it up the hill back to the cabin to fucking get it? Right? It's like if I go to leave the computer room and I like check the doorway on the way out, then I go, oh, you know what? Just have a water. You're done. Because it happens on this space. It's not like I get totally hammered on this space all the time, but it fucking happens. I mean, tonight I have one glass of wine left in the bottle, but I mean, we've been on here for 3.5 hours. I had my first glass of wine an hour before the show, so really, I should have kicked it up. I should have had 2 bottles.
6 hours.
I should have had 2 bottles of wine in here. Is what it really boils down to. I wasn't pacing tonight. I should have been keeping up. Maybe 3 bottles of wine. Yeah.
Reminded me of a car ride with my siblings when I was growing up. 100 bottles of wine on the wall. 100 bottles of wine.
Oh Jesus! I remember doing.
I thought you meant you each drank 3 bottles of wine on the car ride.
Oh, I've only ever had a couple of sips of wine in my whole life, and that was after I was 50. So I don't particularly care for any alcohol. I've tried several things. I just none of it clicks with me. So I think if I had to drink something, if I was at a party and I just felt like I'm so obligated, and I couldn't get away with doing like a virgin strawberry daiquiri or something because the sugar was it's just way too high. I would get it like a lemon drop martini. That's the only thing I've had that I'm like, okay, this is bearable. I still wouldn't finish it though. I don't know, and I don't need it because believe me, I have as much fun as anybody else in the room.
Woo!
That's for sure. See, bitch, this is why Wag Me Wine isn't bigger than it is, and why, is because the crossover of wine drinkers in the NFT space is not that large.
Yeah, there's a lot of sober artists.
I mean,
I've no.
Yeah, so many artists just don't drink and don't like.
Do you remember who the hell was that? Oh fuck! It was Telos, I think. And we were talking to Telos, and Telos like, "Oh no, I don't drink." But I'm like, "But you're in the wine project." He's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, do you smoke pot or partake in anything else?" He's like, "No, I don't drink, and I don't do that." And then I'm like, "Okay, people like you are weird. What do you do? Do you do like fucking kinky sex or something like that?" Right? Like, I remember I asked him that.
Yeah, he did ask him that.
Right. Well, because I always have to know what the drug is, because basically to me, if you don't partake in alcohol, if you don't partake in some kind of drug, marijuana or whatever it is, then it's like, and you're not like an extreme sport athlete where you don't like fucking skydive or do some high adrenaline shit, then it's like I'm always curious. I'm like, are you a psychopath, or do you do something else weird to relieve yourself?
Yeah, it's. I think it's valid. I think it's a valid question. In my own experiences, yeah, somebody always has a drug. You may not know what that is. Sometimes it may be, that may be food. Like the A&R department, her drug is anxiety. She just lives off anxiety. Some people, substitute drugs and alcohol for weird kinky sex shit. That's totally a thing. Comedian Jim Norton comes to mind when I think about that. Listen to anything he's ever said. But yeah, I mean, it's I totally agree with that. Like, there might be something you may not recognize it as a drug or as a substance, but there's something.
The other weird one to me is that I question people
Christianity. A lot of people will substitute Christianity for drugs and alcohol.
Well, that's true. That is very true. Or any religion for that matter. I was going to say,
shitting on anybody, and
no,
on any of these sides of the wheel here.
That's a very valid point.
This is what I noticed.
Valid point, Willie. I was going to say the other one that weirds me out that I always have to question people on is like, okay, I drink coffee in the morning, and then there's folks that are like, oh, coffee, I don't drink coffee, but then they'll have a pop in the morning, right? So I'm like, well, that's cool. But then it's the people that don't nothing. It's like I just fucking wake up and I go, and I'm like, okay, what's the deal here?
Okay, so speaking of a lot of those people, some people, not a lot of those people, I would say some people, will exercise. Like some people will substitute exercise for that. Like that's their drug. Everyone has their something. We're using the drug. We're using the word drug and or alcohol here pretty loosely on this, but everyone has their something.
But that's why I ask. I always have to ask. Those are the ones like when somebody says that they don't drink coffee or have pop in the morning, then right away I'm like, okay, well, what do you do? But I'm talking about the people that are just. I'm talking about
straight black tar.
I'm talking about the people that just like go, look, no, I just wake up and I put my clothes on and I brush my teeth and I go to work. Okay,
you don't run 18 miles.
Yeah,
to get
you don't run 18 miles
or something like that. Like, what is it?
Do you drive a sports car? Do you drive a sports car? Are you a pilot? Yeah. Anyways,
you think paddling a kayak for 3 hours in the morning is perfectly normal, and nobody else and everybody does that. No. We drink coffee to get to our work day.
Right.
Gosh, right. I'm listening to all these ideas here. I must be the one that's the psychopath.
Well, what is it?
Worried about
Lily, Lily, it was the roundabout
you
way.
gotta have something. There's something in there for you.
It was my roundabout way of going, Lily, what's up? Tell us. What do you do?
I'm over here trying to figure it out. Let's see. I'm a little bit of an adrenaline junkie, but only when I'm traveling. I'm at home. I don't do nothing when I'm here in this little town. I wear 2 ponytails almost every day. Is that
kinky
something?
sex shit.
That's
yeah.
I don't have anybody to do any kinky sex stuff with, so that's unfortunate.
Oh, did you? Okay, I gotta stop everything right there. Did you hear how Lily paused before she just about said shit, but then she paused, right? You heard that? Y'all heard that? So the other night I was on a space with Lily. Lily was hosting a Teztown space. We were pushing the survey in its final hours, and I say we because I jumped in there like I was drunk out of the backyard. I even admitted it when I got on the space. I told Lily just in case, like I'm fucking pissed. But at one point in time, she dropped a fuck. She dropped an F-bomb, and it floored me.
So not cursing is Lily's thing,
right?
That's her adrenaline.
That's her thing.
I want to say fuck so bad, but I just can't. That's her call.
No, I cuss. I do cuss. It's not that unusual.
I never hear you though. I guess I don't listen to enough.
We're teasing you, Lily. Yeah. We're teasing you.
But it was. I don't hear you say fuck very much.
Well, that's not. I don't think that's my thing though, and I'm not like a. I'm not religious. I believe in God, but I'm not religious, so that's not my thing. I don't do any kind of drugs. I can't eat. I mean, I eat. Don't get me wrong, but I can't eat a lot of stuff because I'm allergic to things.
Lily,
yeah, I mean, I would definitely. It's the sex thing. I just don't have anybody to do it with. So that's what it is.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey, the first step's admitting or something, right? I don't know. I've never been to a meeting, but
it's not that for lack of looking. I mean, I haven't I went out on a date with a guy a while back, and he was like, oh, by the way, I'm still married and still live with my wife. At the end of the date, I mean, we didn't do anything, so I'm like, okay, well, that was interesting. And then the last couple guys that I've been interested in have told me that they're in love with me, but they're not my person. I don't know what that means, but
I don't know what that means either.
I'm getting a good complex, so
I'm gonna tell you straight out, that's some bullshit. That's a lie. That's some bullshit. I don't know what that is. That's dumb.
Well, if you figure it out, let me know, would you? Because that is some kind of crazy. Oh, I love you so much. You're so wonderful, but you're not my person. What the heck? I don't know what that is.
Oh, man. I'm not even going to talk about getting into the dating scene anymore. Speaking of the dating scene, we brought Jay up. Jay's up here now. And also with his brand new PFP, we got the NFT terrorist up here too, as well too. Fucking probably having a shower, likely. What's going on, gents?
Probably having a rip in a shower. Right?
Rip in a shower.
What's up, folks? How's it form?
Hey.
No, I'm not in the shower. Not now. I'm actually off work at the moment, so I'm not getting ready for work for a change.
Holy shit!
Oh, did you get fired?
No, fuck. I couldn't get fired from my job. I would probably have to make effort to get fired from what I do. That's a God's honest truth.
He's not putting in the extra.
Being self-employed sort of helps as well, but the company I work for wouldn't fire me unless I give them an extremely good reason to. Smoking weed isn't one of them.
I was going to say, we listen to him get fired up every morning before he goes to work on Tuesdays, so I mean, it goes without saying, the guys.
Oh, no. The guy that owns the company I work for is pretty sound. Like, you know, obviously there's limits, like, as long as you're not fucking sparking up joints in the middle of the site or outside a shop or something, you know, that you're working on.
Yeah.
And it's all good, like, you know. He's even partial to a wee smoke himself on the rare occasion when everyone's not around to judge him.
I always love his little giggle. You have the funniest little giggle.
Oh, say I don't know that's a good thing or not. That's a stoner laugh, I reckon. I do think I had a normal laugh at one point. It's just many a year ago. Just sort of fucking went to Woody Woodpecker over the years.
Oh, dude, I love it. So have you showered? So you're just totally off. So you're just having a good time, no obligation tonight, or this morning, I guess. For you.
Yeah. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. There's an alarm going off. Actually, it's literally 6 a.m. Dismiss it. I have a bad habit of getting up earlier than my alarm. Just force a habit, even when I'm fucking off. So, it's annoying.
It's all a good reason just to smoke bowl. Have a bong.
But sure, that wouldn't make a difference, to be honest. But seeing I'm off, I've no real reason to fucking get up, or so I'm just on my sort of my own schedule at the moment.
Cool. But you still got it. This is why you got up. You got up because, like, goddamn, Willie and Bits are chatting. We got to get in there and fucking listen to Willie and Bits, Spencer Jackson.
Well, in all fairness, I actually did have it in mind to get up to listen to the show because I haven't been about for a couple of weeks. I've just been real busy, but I'm off for the next 2 weeks, so I thought it was like, fuck it. I actually had a reminder set and still managed to miss the first like hour and a half. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I was gonna say you were in here for a while tonight. You were listening. Everybody was pretty dedicated tonight, riding it.
Sometimes I just enjoy actually just listening in the background, just hearing what's going down and having a wee giggle to myself and all that carry on. You know, actually sometimes it's better off if I'm not on the mic, you know.
Oh, we appreciate it, man. Listening's good. It's totally flattering for anybody. For like, doesn't matter how many people are in here. Even if there was only one person in here listening to us, like it's pretty awesome to know that people enjoy at some level what Willie and I do here and what we bring to the table. Well, our guests, anyways. You don't listen to us. It's our fucking guests that everybody's here to listen to. Shit.
You know, guys,
you do a good job. Like I dare say there's a lot more work in it than you flipping that on, and you make it look pretty easy. Like, but you know, yeah, I don't reckon I could be doing it every single week in, week out. You know, flipping. Sometimes shows are just real fucking easy. You know, there's flow and there's no effort, and then there's other times I've been listening to this and you're sort of like basically fucking working hard for your fucking money tonight. You know, keeping shit going. Flipping. It's handy, I suppose, when you've got people that don't mind talking, or you know, seeing you get bored cunts on, and you have to like get blood from a stone, you know, when you're on it. For a man, the show's 5 hours, so you do a good job, lads. Otherwise, I wouldn't be fucking here listening. Otherwise, no.
Wow, that's hearing that from you is that's truly flattering. That means you're fucking actually paying attention. Damn.
Oh, I pay attention, all right.
Yeah, you do.
Not to say I'm gonna remember every fucking thing I hear, but I do be paying attention. Right?
Well, we're all. I mean, you know, we still smoke pot. We're not gonna remember it all. No, that's awesome. I like that. I like that feedback, and I like it. It's interesting that you notice that, you know, there's some interviews that are harder than others. Some nights are harder than others. That's cool. Willie and I are very good. We're both very, very good at
bullshitting.
Yeah, well, I was trying to.
You're both great at talking shit. Sorry, lads. I'm good at talking shit too. Don't worry. Get to the gav.
Well, we're really good at the two of us have become very good at reading each other and knowing when the other person is like not having an off night. Sometimes we actually do talk to each other before, go, hey man, like can you take a little bit more tonight, or like make sure that you're more on the ball a little bit more tonight because I'm just not feeling it or whatever. And even during shows, like I know we feed off each other. Like we've talked about it many times. Like it just works out. Like cool. It is cool. Jay, what's going on, man?
Nothing much, guys. I missed you guys last week. It was funny that you're saying that Wheel was over here trying to start up a space because I would have jumped on it.
Yeah, we kind of should have. We really should have. I mean, we should have just for anything. We should have just fucking
just to ride that wave, man. That drop wave. Mm-hmm. Just to be like, just to throw it in the hashtag and be like, hey, this is what we're talking about.
Right.
Knowing we knew nothing about it.
We're talking which 4th of July fireworks are best to light off in the middle of your street. Do you guys do that there, Willie? Do you do that in your home, your fucking area? Do you guys are like those fucking YouTube videos that you see where they just like walk into the middle of the street and put fireworks there and like shoot them up right there in the houses?
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, our where we do it at my parents' house, like my house is pretty quiet, but where my parents' house is, dude, it's like a fucking war zone, man. Dude, there's illegal everywhere.
We even we have like a fire ban, and you weren't supposed to be setting off fireworks, and people were just setting off fireworks like all the way to like 2 a.m. It was ridiculous.
So Willie, fireworks are not legal where you are?
No, anything that leaves the ground is illegal.
Okay.
So, we have certain sets, and then
so you can have, firecrackers are okay?
No, firecrackers are illegal. M80s are illegal,
So what, fucking sparklers or what?
Like new sparklers. We have like new sparklers that are legal now, but like the old good ones are not. The old magnesium strips, those are not anymore.
Okay. Yeah, fill me. You got to fill me in. I was going to ask Jay, but now, and then Lily, but now we got to hold this off. You got to really fill me on California's fucked up laws.
So even within, like different cities and counties and whatever have different laws too. So like if you go over to the beach, it's illegal in the county that the beach is, or like in the city of the beach, but not the county. So all you got to do is walk 2 fucking blocks away from the beach to buy fireworks. But then you can't light them off on the beach. Like, it's a whole fucking thing, right? So in my town, it's illegal in city limits to buy piccolo, peats, and ground blooms, right? Pretty standard issue, fucking non-leaving the ground across America.
Yeah, they like just spin and go, right? Like that kind of shit on the ground.
Yeah. Safe, insane bullshit. But in the county, it's not. So all you got to do is drive 20 minutes outside of town, and you can still buy those and blow your goddamn fingers off.
Huh. Wow.
So, yeah, it's firework laws, and they're fucking stupid.
All right, Jay, I can't recall where you are. I know you've told me before, but you don't have to disclose that. But what are the laws there?
Well, I'm in Wisconsin. It's pretty relaxed, right? But with it being super dry here recently, and with the fires up north, they like put a fire ban on, and nobody was supposed to be setting fireworks off or doing any kind of like campfire things. But they don't care. Like, people are out here setting off fireworks regardless.
America.
Yep.
Lily, what are the fireworks laws like in your? I know you weren't home for 4th of July, but I mean, what are the laws there? I guess you're in small area.
There you go.
I'm in a small town, and if there's laws, I have no idea what they are. And if there's laws, nobody follows them because they just freaking put the fireworks off any time of the night or day. That's what I told you guys. I have PTSD, and most of the time I'm pretty good at controlling it. But like this, where I lived in LA and here, they're both very similar in that people will just on a random Tuesday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon shoot off some firework, and it sounds just like a gun going off. And yeah, I'm not a big fan. I mean, I'm okay if I know that the fireworks are going to be happening, and it's the 4th of July or something, and a few days before, a few days after, or something like that. But it's just like they don't go by any of that here. They just do whatever the hell they want.
Interesting.
Yeah, illegals are illegal no matter whether on the 4th of July or on a random Tuesday. So
I don't know if they're illegal. I don't really know what is and isn't allowed here.
Oh, I was just saying like that. It's the same here. Like, I could hear one in 10 minutes from now. You never know.
Oh yeah, I mean, in my neighborhood, and when I lived in, I lived in North Hollywood and Burbank areas. Right, they're suburbs of Los Angeles, and yeah, especially in North Hollywood, but even in Burbank. And I lived in a very prominently Hispanic neighborhood. And I don't want to like put any racial blame, but it was every single possible thing that they could maybe celebrate. Fireworks were involved. So yeah, I've said that, their dog's birthday, like whatever. I don't care. They're setting off fireworks for whatever it is. Mother's Day, Father's Day, any of it.
My
so
kind of people.
The AR department's down there screaming like, "No, dog owners don't like fireworks."
You guys don't own dogs though. You guys have Dachshunds. Sorry.
I had an Italian Greyhound, and trust me, he did not like fireworks at all.
Rollo's okay with them. If I actually haven't lit many fireworks off since I've had him, but if I'm lighting them off and he knows, he's fine. If he sees them getting lit, he's fine. If they're like city fireworks or like anybody else's fireworks, like the first bang scares him, but then he looks up to the sky and he clicks in, and then he doesn't care after that. But yes, I do know it does bother animals. That's kind of probably part of the reason why I don't light as many as I do anymore. But I still love them. I still have so many firecrackers. I got fucking firecrackers all over the place. I got them in my bag. I got them fucking in my nightstand. I got them in my nightstand at the cabin. I got them like in the pantry at the cabin.
I actually sent a picture of ones in my house at the moment as well.
Hell yeah. That was my next question. So you can buy fireworks there too, home fireworks? Are you allowed to?
Oh yeah, but they're illegal. Like you need a license for them, but you can get them.
Right.
What kind of license do you need for them?
See, to be honest, I don't actually know because I've never ever owned one. But round about Halloween time, so 31st of October and New Year's Eve, or obviously for New Year's, sorry, they're the two sort of times that you'll get them fairly handy. When I say fairly handy, like if you know where to go or like what shops to go into. For example, there's like a few shops around the corner from me in Halloween. You were able to go in and just be like, "Yeah, any fireworks?" I was like, "Oh, I've got a few wee sets," and he just whips out a couple of boxes from under the counter. But if you didn't know to ask him, you know what I mean? You wouldn't be doing that to everyone, sort of thing. But so you can get them, but they're illegal. But them black cats, the one I posted a photo of, they're the sort of only ones worth keeping all year round. They're like a banger, short fuse. You light it, throw it, and goes boom. Some like mini dynamite.
Yeah.
You have good fun with MC, you can.
Yeah, I love. I used to buy the black cats all the time here.
Can you stick black cats all right?
Oh yeah, black cats are like totally a world renowned. They're just a good old fashioned, plain and simple firecracker.
Speaking of though, I had enough ETH left in the wallet to mint that J-Burn drop up there. Heyo.
Nice, good job. Speaking of minting a firecracker, so I used to buy those all the time, and I used to buy these little red ones as well. But then I got tired of them because they weren't predictable. And then Buddy introduced me this one time to these water bomb ones they call. So the same size and everything, but everything is waterproof, and the fuse is a better quality fuse, so it's guaranteed every time. It's however many seconds it is, but it's like it doesn't, for anybody that's played with firecrackers enough, man, like you'll get fuses sometimes that'll go just a bit too quick, right?
Yeah, we used to put them inside. I don't know if you have them, but we would have like milkmen like deliver milk and like in the mornings over here in glass milk bottles. It's not so much now. It's like sort of few and far between. Only like certain areas sort of get the milk in the glass bottles now. But flipping when I was like teenager, milkman delivered milk in glass bottles, so they were fucking all over the place. We used to get the black hats and light them and put them in their glass bottle, fuck the milk bottle up in the air. And you only had a couple of seconds, but when it was in mid-air, it used to explode and shards of glass would fucking rain down over it. That's the type of shit we used to do with them.
See, folks.
Are you in UK?
Yeah, in Ireland.
In Ireland, okay. Yeah, I've been there. Oh, it's a beautiful place. I was there in winter and we thought it was so green and everything was so beautiful, and they kept saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry you came in winter. It's so much prettier in summer." But we were pretty happy with our trip. So
see, to be perfectly honest, you wouldn't have got it much better in the summer. I speak to a guy. He's actually a Tezos artist, Krish. He does a lot of 3D stuff, Krish NFTs. So I speak to him a lot. And we were saying the other week there that our sort of hottest, like sort of heat wave days over here was what he was getting like in the low end over in Texas, and I was like going, oh shit, no way. That's freaking mountain. And that was like our best weather, and he couldn't get over it. That like, you know, our heat wave was like their like sort of chilly days. And I was like, fuck's sake, you're a wanker. You know, we get like 2 weeks. 2 weeks of like 20 degrees Celsius, and then that's our summer done. Back to flipping mediocre flipping days and rain. Sort of good. So it's nice visiting, but when you live here, it's shit.
I think that everybody almost says that wherever they live. Right.
Yeah, 100%, definitely. Yeah. Sort of when you see it every bloody day.
Yep. Hell yeah. Well, folks, you know, I'm sitting here, the conversation's good, but my phone is totally telling me that it's going to fucking die on me. And I can't plug the charger into it because I have the mixing board and the microphone plugged into the bottom, so I can't plug the charger into it. So I definitely think we got to wrap it up. Otherwise, fucking my phone is going to call it for us here pretty quick. So.
Yeah. Thanks for everything. But before I let you do a final sign out.
Yeah, we still got a few seconds for sure. Or well, we still have a little time.
Yeah, next week I will probably be late into the space. You know, I'll pop in when I can, but we might be out on the lake. I may not have service, so if you guys are around and want to help Bits out, kind of carrying the front of the space,
no, I'm
sure he'd appreciate.
That's unacceptable. We're going to talk about this off space, and you know, I mean, if Willie's not here next week, it's because he's fired.
Yeah, I'll make the same either way. So,
and then he'll be back the next week, even if he is fired.
Yeah. I swear to God that B has the most impressive talent I've ever seen of popping into spaces at the last 20 seconds. Sorry, I just noticed him pop up, and I thought every time I see him, he's coming into the last minute.
Where is B?
Well, listen to the recording. Check out the recording.
Yeah, that's why we record him. You can listen to the end now, and you can listen to the beginning later. Totally makes sense.
And okay, and then one last thing I want to say was, Terrace, man, you got to get some headphones or something better than speakerphone. I can't ever hear you when you're on the space before the 25th when we talk to you again. I hope you're coming to that.
Oh, 100%. That's fair enough. I suppose my accent's flipping hard enough to understand, I suppose, for you guys as it is. Never mind adding to the flipping fuzziness of the speaker. So, no, 100%. I'll put headphones in for that. I only seen that actually earlier on with the 25th, the flipping passengers thing. So, actually, I think I'll be good crack. I'll definitely sort that out beforehand. 100%.
All right. Yeah.
Willie,
Sounds
Willie.
good. I mean, we love talking to you, but sometimes it's hard. It's hard to hear you.
I was gonna say that's only Willie. Willie's the American. He doesn't know. He's not cultured enough. No, just kidding. Kidding, Willie. Kidding.
No, in all fairness, lads, my accent is pretty flipping hard to understand or pick up, especially because we speak very fast over here, and we probably aren't really aware of it as much until we're speaking to people that aren't from here. So my bad, lads, and that I'll sort it out for next time.
I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
It doesn't help that that the time difference says that you come in a lot later in the space too, and I've always had a couple beers by then, so.
Fair enough. In all fairness, it's strike it on for me, so I'm probably not as perky as I would be flipping say 10 o'clock,
Yeah, I feel you there.
But here, lads, flipping, it was good listening to you anyways, flipping good chatting. I'll flipping use this time to make out as well. And catch us in the Beano, lads, and see us next week, sure. Take your holiday. Peace.
Woo. I'm excited for the backstage passenger night. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun hang.
We got to get everybody tuned in. I got to get a list of all the backstage passengers so that we can pin them all in a tweet.
And yeah, we gotta crawl Mike Vandy out of his hole, man. He's a backstage passenger.
That's right, he is. Yeah, and he was exactly one of the people I was thinking about that needs to be there. But yeah, there's a lot of very talented people that are backstage passengers. A lot of talented creators. A lot of what's that?
Mike Nash.
Yeah. Yep. No, we need everybody to be there, or as many people as possible. I'm stoked to talk to Tex again. We haven't talked to Tex in a long time. I just want to hear his voice. That raspy, smokers, South, like I don't know, yeah.
I want to hear like everyone's take like on the backstage passenger group, like what everyone else kind of takes out of it.
I agree.
I think it'll be fun to talk about.
And I don't know that Tex has ever done that. Like I don't know that Tex has ever. I don't know or the backstage passengers. I don't know that there's ever been a situation before, like I was part of it, or if there's ever been a verbal conversation between any number of them. So that'll be super fun. I think, yeah, it'll be enjoyable. That's July 25th is when Tex is going to be, and the backstage passengers, whoever shows up, is going to be our feature on the night train. Next week we have Mi Retratito. I should actually message her, make sure she remembers. I forgot. Her and I back and forth are pretty funny. I'm like, oh, I forgot, and she's like, oh, I forgot. And anyways, sorry, that was a little thought inside my head. Thought that should have stayed there. But yeah. So yeah, totally. Lots of things coming up. I'm stoked for it. Backstage passengers, Mi Retratito. We also have Creatress. Going to be August 1st, I think, is where we are too with that one. I don't have my calendar. I don't know where it went. It's probably underneath the 10 wine bottles.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds close.
All right. We'll go with that. Something like that. We have time to figure that one out. We'll let you know the proper times and dates next time. But yeah, man, I think it's been a good show. Definitely have to give a shout out to our guest of honor, Spencer Jackson. That was a dope conversation, man. I really enjoy it.
Studio Brooke tonight.
What's that?
She wasn't our guest of honor.
Dude, why did you wreck it all? Like I wasn't gonna say nothing about her for the rest of the show. I was like, no, forget it. We'll cut her out of the end.
She's
absolutely. She was our guest of honor when we decided to let her up. Right? That'd be good. Well, folks, thank you very much for joining us tonight. Willie, thank you for hosting as always. I appreciate you, man. Can't do this without you. Train's coming into the station. Willie, finish your last drink.
I'm done.
Okay, all right. Just making sure you can't take it off the train with you. We're going Canadian rules here. All right.
Shit. Oh, I can't. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, yeah, I got one more sip left.
All right, there you go. Next week, like as I said, we have me Retratito. We are here every Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. We should have been here last Tuesday. We learned our lesson that that'll never happen again. We'll be here. Willie might be a little late next week, so if everybody else wants to come in here and talk poorly about Willie early in the space, feel free to come in, and we'll do that early until Willie checks in with us. Until next time, everybody take care of yourselves, take care of each other. We'll see you next week, Tuesday nights, 9 p.m., WX8BK Night Train. Have a good night.